Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wobbleville. Welcome back to the high seas. Yes, indeed. Look at this here. Another one of our big ships. Let me show you what we did last week. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So hopefully everything is dried out from the weekend there, and it would be really nifty if one vendor at a time, right? It'd be nifty if they showed up. So yeah, we glued this together. Oh, by the way, so that should be just about perfect. So this is the thing that Valfera was telling me about, and I think this is going to be really good stuff. The color is perfect too. I mean, look, you can't get anything better than that. So this is really nifty stuff right here. I mean, we got plenty of ropes to do. Plenty of ropes. So yeah, we're going to do the same thing with all of the free hands there. We'll go with the same stuff with the rust and everything. And I mean, this was only painted a week ago, and everything is obviously completely long since dry. Because now, of course, this is not the PLA. You can see the bottom of it here. So this is not a ship that I printed out. Uh, Actually, Armored Wolf. Oh, I should print out one of these myself. I did print out this stuff on the resin printer right here, and holy smokes, is it so much better. So I'm really glad that I just didn't really bother screwing around with these things. So we'll hit those at another time or whatever. But yeah, this is really this. I'm looking forward to it. And of course, we got that big old port city. Next, I guess I'll have to do the pirate. There's a big pirate fortress. Well, it's all about it's gonna be all about the glazy stuff here, right? Recoil. How you doing there, Recoil? Well, thanks for sending that, Recoil. I know. Uh, I don't even know how you do international shipping anymore these days, right? I mean, I'm just gonna have to do DHL or something because part of it is just getting hit with customs fees, right? I send something to somebody and they're gonna get whacked by customs fees. I'm just like, well, that's no good. So thanks, appreciate that, Recoil. Really, really, really do. Thank you so much. And I hope that Mom is doing great. Now, again, this is where the stream gets super, super fun as as we mix up a. I think next time I'm just gonna have to pre-mix some of this maybe and even put it in a little squeeze bottle or something. I don't know. I might have to do that since we're gonna be doing more of these ships. Oh, and thanks Recoil again for the contribute there because I was able to get the Nerixen tribe thing, and Velfair was right. You do get the discount on that, and just those couple of files we were talking about, the ones that could be really 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 interesting for some tutorial videos. Well, I was able to get a couple of those. Oh wow, geez, Recoil, that's pretty amazing. Yeah, this was I was trying to send it to one of the Patreon folks. They live in the Czech Republic, and it wanted to hit them with like almost $25 worth of customs fees. And I mean, I wrote it out. Okay, item value $10. I don't know why they're getting hit with more than double the customs fees for that. It just makes no sense. But thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much. I know it's not the easiest thing again to be sending stuff overseas at all. So appreciate that. And of course, recall weight. Yeah, we're only just getting underway here. So in a little bit, if you wanted to share, any any links to the Rangers that you've been actually recall. Geez, sorry, I feel bad. I didn't ask sooner if you had a chance to paint any more of the Rangers. Sorry about that. I should have asked you that sooner. So Rico, I think I might. Hopefully, I sent you the picture of the neighborhood cat that is like I was telling you has basically decided to camp out on the new neighbor's porch chair there. That's it's very fun actually. And it is a go for the block party. So yes, that will be on the 28th. There won't be the usual Saturday stream because there's supposed to be the neighborhood block party. So I want to help them out with that. And the entire time I've lived here, there was only ever one, and we were up in Minnesota when that happened. So don't want to miss this one too. Ah, that's good. That's good, Recoil. Well, I'm glad again that you've been able to keep firing away on those guys. So Recoil, definitely have to. I'm gonna have to print up some of these ships myself and see if there's any big difference in the quality that I can get on the bamboo. There has to be better quality on the bamboo, I would think, anyways. Hey there, Russian Blue. Nice to see ya. Happy Monday there, Russian Blue. Now, Russian Blue, have you had a chance to do much streaming of late? Hopefully, you've actually. I know that painting was a little bit hit or miss there. Lots of stuff going on. And of course, Recoil, once more people get into the chat, Ola there, if you share want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, that twine or the string or whatever that Valfera mentioned, that seems to be just perfect. I mean, it seems to be just the right scale. It looks great. That brown color is perfect. Yeah, Recoil. And Recoil, I think I sent you. Yeah, I sent you the pictures of Dull Amaroth. I still can't believe that. I thought I was printing up the last piece. No, there was still 3 pieces left. But I do believe that is finally the last of the last pieces. Thank goodness. So yeah, it's finally just about there. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, hello there, Mom. Great to see you, and of course to Squeak as well. I was it was another dog day here where I was talking to the person that again that's was kind of getting this thing together, and he's got a couple of I think he's got a French bulldog and then another type of bulldog. And then the next new neighbor next door was walking by with Mongo and got a chance to hang out with dogs, so that's always good. So yep, well Squeak's gonna get jealous if we're talking about other dogs here. So gotta be careful about that. Oh yeah, look at that, getting some of the asphaltum in there. Just got changing up the colors a wee bit here. Oh, and by the way, these shields, yeah, there's supposed to be a whole decorative thing on these shields. So yeah, that's the other reason I want to print out one for on the bamboo is if we're going to have those much more detailed shields, I would also like to kind of have a corresponding thing with maybe the ship itself. And I was also able to get from Hartolia Miniatures. He must have like a sale or something going on with his. Well, basically it's Chinese buildings, but obviously for me, I'm using it as Easterling terrain. And I was able to secure some of those. I mean, we're talking about entire castles basically for $5 or $6. So I just had to do that because we're kind of all in on our Easterlings now, right? Right, Recoil. Let me get that all the way down there. So Russian Blue again. Happy Tuesday, happy Monday or Tuesday. Could be Tuesday for some folks. It is for Recoil and Mom and Squeak. Hitting the asphaltum again. I'll probably, I think inevitably I'm just going to have to mix up some more, especially because the stern section is actually bigger than this. Let me roll with a little bit of the perline black maybe. That's our dark green. And there we go. Sure, let's hit that too. Okay, so there's our bow section. I think actually with the oh, that's right, I wiped some of it away on the original one here. And again, this is where we're heading. Another ship like so. It's really wild to see it, glued together. It really does have quite the size and scale to it. All right, stern. Let's do this. I think on the other one, I actually did some of the lighter dry brushy stuff first. On this one, I'm just going to say, nope, I'm just going to go right directly to this. I'm going to see, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to back away, especially on this stern section here. Yep. Right over here. So sorry that this was a little bit later. There was just all kinds of messages that I had to send off. That's actually happened with a whole bunch of the streams lately. Is just all of a sudden there's 7 or 8 different people that I'm having a message all at once. I have to say, Recoil, that the last 8 times I've been just walked outside the house to just sometimes throw away garbage. It's ended up in a half hour to hour and a half long discussions and stuff with the neighbors. So that's pretty funny. Again, not quite expected, but it was able to help out Alberto with his thing, and also, well, now able to make this block party thing possible. Now that again, that's got a lot of the Mars Black. Oh, by the way, the Van Dyke Brown that we're using, that's the, is it Michael Graham one or whatever? Just kind of trying to preserve a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown here. Yeah, looking to have as many variations here in the color as we can. Very much a pin line wash, as you can see. So actually, I think the bamboo is probably going to be finishing actually that last little piece to the Dull Amaranth puzzle. And I'm fairly certain that actually would fill up an entire 3x3 mat. A 4x4, you'll have a little bit of water. I mean, it's really actually very nice for something like a 4x4 mat, because it's really going to fill up most of it, especially if you have any boats in the port. Sadly, these are not really the right kind of boats, unless they're invading the port, in which case then it'll be just perfect. I did try to pick up, well, it was basically sort of like a Phoenician ship. And I thought, well, okay, maybe that can work for, actually, I got to go on Colts 3D, maybe. Oh, the next ship I have to print out is my Easterling ship. That's it. That's what I got to print out. Well, it's what Printing Goes Ever On was saying was a Corsair ship, but it would be perfect for Easterlings. And it actually does come with sails, and I'll actually be able to paint my my Eye of Sauron on the sails. Let me move this down a little. These railings over here, I think I actually was almost giving them more of a metal type of look. What did we do here on the stern? Let me move you out of the way. Okay, so, I guess we could hit it with our blue there. But first, let's just continue with the brown here. Let's continue with this. Got some of the asphaltum there. And then some of our Mars Black and Van Dyke Brown over here. Like you do. Up here as well. We'll come back around and get to our stuff that we want to again have be more of a metal type of a color there. Let me see if I can maybe move you, scooch you over that way just a little bit. There we go. Yeah, you know, I will just hit that right here. A little more the thinner on that. Might have to throw some more of our asphaltum out here as well. So Armored Wolf, it would be that just when you said that, I thought, wow, that's I'll be a little bit of a, well, actually, I don't, maybe not as much of a journey as I'm thinking, but still. I mean, it would be kind of nice because I remember, Warfare Weekend, where Gonzo was asking us to be vendors there or something because he was having a hard time getting vendors. And it just kind of takes the first few, and then I think actually doesn't Lethal Shadows now want to actually be at Adepticon after basically insisting for quite some time that it just wasn't going to be worthwhile? Actually, recoil, that's pretty amazing, especially because you're sending metal miniatures. Those remember those DVDs I was saying with the painting pyramid? Just to send, I don't know, maybe 53 DVDs, and there wasn't like each one was in an individual jewel case. That box was something like $85, and that was 10 years ago. Yes, that was in 2014. Trying to send that same box now would probably be at least 250, maybe closer to 300, I would think. Here, let me just get a little bit of the. There we go, straight up of the Van Dyke Brown. A little bit on the lighter asphaltum side here. Alright, so I think we got the wood. Yeah, we got the wood there. Now we're going to hit some of this. Just taking the Payne's Gray. I'll just hit this stuff here. Wherever it goes, it goes. Wow, geez, recoil. Oh, that's right. I remember you telling me about the Canadian. Yeah. It's so weird. So it just seems like so hit or miss. Okay, more of the again. That's just the Payne's Gray right there. A little thinner in that. So we're almost there on our basically inverted pre-glaze. Almost there. A little bit just with these things. Whatever. Nothing snazzy here. Oops, nope, nope. Nope, 1 second here. Get that side. And I'm gonna paper towel some of this here. And I think we hit everything on there. Okay, so you go off to the side. Now, was almost tempted to start doing these, but actually this is started to set fairly well here. So I'm going to try to get some lighter metal colors on here. Holy smokes. Yeah, like here, again, I put it at the $10 thing. Mark it as gift. But gee whiz, that is pretty nasty. Well, I mean, even here, actually, just for me to send something to Canada is at least $40. And I mean, that's a small little box. And I don't mean like Nova Scotia or something like that. I'm just talking about, yeah, just sending it to not even Alberta. Yeah, maybe to just, yeah, me to send something to Calgary would probably be $60 or something. I thought I'd already gotten these, but we'll hit those with our, again, that's just a Payne's Gray, but that's the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which is very, very, very much a bluish color, so it's sort of like our substitute indigo color. All right, now we're good to go. All right, let's try some more of our lighter metal color. Just a couple of spots here. I probably forgot to send you pictures of the chicken that we did here. I'll have to send you pictures of that. It was I'm going to be having some of that after the stream tonight. And I was thanks to Valfera's reminder, I did go get some stuffing. And I was able to make that. Yeah. Let's just. I think we did this on the other ship as well. So sorry, there's been so many bots there, Armored Wolf. That's just crazy. I don't know what's been going. Actually, now Recoil, have you had a bunch of those too on your streams? And actually, oh hey Recoil, we got some more eyeballs there in the chat. If you wanted to share the Rangers and such, everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow if you could. So see, this is the stuff I'm thinking will not have quite as much grit to it here, and is even though I can really sort of get rid of some of that here with the oil paints, right? Because that'll settle down into those crevices there. Yeah, Armored Wolf. It's almost like what's old is new again. Like all the really fancy stuff that they tried doing goes nowhere. But this, it's like Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, it's like Battlestar Galactica, and they go analog again. Right? They ditch all the Wi-Fi stuff and everything else. There we go. That should be... No, maybe we'll leave that be wood there. Yeah, maybe if I here have a little bit more of just the... Oh yeah, that is going to work. Okay, that's good. Despite the fact we just did that glazy thing there, because this is thicker. What do we always say? Thick sticks to thin, and vice versa here. So okay. I was kind of a little bit concerned there, recoiled, that it was just kind of like just us here. But if you're telling me that, then yeah, I guess it's just an epidemic again. Boy, I haven't been able to see next level painting in a very, 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 very long time. I haven't been able to see anybody in a very, very long time, I guess, so I shouldn't really be surprised. So recall, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, boy, having done that other one, this already just feels a whole lot easier. Kind of already know it's like, okay, this is where we need to go with this. We're doing this color over here. Doing the shields is also going to be easier because now I know what all the freehand's gonna be. Hey there, Michael, how you doing? And everybody, please check out the Insta link. Yes, that Rico just shared. Michael, if you want to share, speaking of sharing Insta links there, want to share anything, Michael, please go ahead, do that too. Great to see you there, Michael. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, and hopefully, I know we were talking about the whole, this idea that you're kind of working towards the same process, same goal for so long, that once you have completed that task, it can be to try and get things reoriented right to the new task. So great to see you there, Michael. Appreciate you being here as always. So now, of course, I have the ship itself, but here are the there's the pictures of it right there. And of course, we have our Corsairs, and we painted, what, 5 more of those guys to go on here? Well, on these ships. So, Michael, oh, geez, I'll have to, I wonder, here, well, also, too, we've got we have our rope for it now. What is underneath here? Let me put this maybe over here. And I'm just going to see if I can maybe find, track down the pictures that I sent of, nope, that's not it. Here, 1 second. Let me try this one. Here we are. So this is the point. We're print one last piece that goes over here. So that's the one last piece we got to print out. See that? That's like a 4-story tower there. That's how big this thing is. Oh, that sounds good there, Michael. That sounds good. Actually, it's kind of funny. I was just talking about Cajun food. I was talking about Cajun food, Cajun music, Zydeco, and all that. So everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Check out the Instagram link there that Recoil just shared. Yep, back over here. Man, it's so much easier just knowing. It's like, okay, this is what we're doing here. That other one there was some decisions that had to be made. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Michael just shared as well. Yeah, we should get some. Then we'll, of course, get our rusty stuff on here. No. Let's hit this other area before we come back into these. I also have to get some stuff there on the ship's wheel, though. I also printed out some of these. I printed out those, the ballistas there. Printed out 2 of those. Let me grab a little bit of that. And again, that is going to hopefully kill off some layer lines there. We'll let this have a chance to kind of mix with what's there. Look at that. Do that over here too. Yep. Back to our gray over here. Less is more. More is way too much. Oh, geez, Michael, you just reminded me of the Kingdom Death stuff. Yes. Now, I was able to print out a bunch of creature caster, basically infantry figs. One of the reasons I was doing those because they were some ogres and some dwarves. I know people have been wanting to see dwarves, so we will have those as well. And I think I did just create some more basing texture that should work well for those. Man, this is just so much easier. Just going, you know what? I think we're doing this over here, this over here. So yeah, well, Armored Wolf and I, we were trying to hunt down at least a few at Gen Con and found some that definitely have some object source lighting opportunities on them. That was kind of the main thing we were looking for. So we should be doing some of those on stream and in some tutorial vids. Going to hit this railing here. Now again, I'm still thinking that, like we were talking about, right, recoil, that the bamboo is there's gonna be less choppiness there as far as those layers. I mean, it's still gonna have. I mean, there's gonna be some. You're gonna see something there, but I don't think it'll be quite that amount of something. A little bit of mix of the fast matte white and the Payne's gray, which is our de facto indigo here. Hit this over here. And boom. And what I might, I'm tempted to start doing some of the freehandy stuff on the shield as we wait for some of this to set. Because there's on the wood there, I don't necessarily want to be doing the dry brushy stuff on there just yet. I think we need to maybe give that a little more time. 15 minutes-ish, something like that, to set. And I think we did that as basically a verdigris there, and I think that didn't work out too badly. Where is the stern? Yeah, that didn't work out too badly. Let me go back to this. Go back to that. Maybe get a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there. And if you recall, all I did was I just took my Liquitex spray cans and just hit this real quick. that is what I'll be doing with that tomorrow, with that massive Dole Amaroth terrain piece, because I finally got everything printed. The crane is in there too. So yeah, we got the crane. We've got actually I got to find a little piece of wood that goes with it. Just doing a little bit something more here on the ship's wheel. Hey there, 3D No Jitsu, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give 3D No Jitsu a follow. So No Jitsu, well, here we go. Look at this. We're painting ourselves another Corsair ship. What's nice now, unlike the last time, last week, we got our one from last week. Look at this. So this was the first Corsair ship. We actually have the masts, and where's my twine? Here it is. So here's the rope for the rigging right there. So that's going to be fantastic. Thank you so much, Nojitsu, for that follow. He says, oh, okay, well, we're getting better here. It's not tiny. We'll discuss that later. I just see one problem here. It's like, where's the sails? Because I'm not rowing this thing all the way to Valinor. So there you go. That is a 28 millimeter scale ship right there. Thank you so much. Let's see what happens. Our big Gandalf 6 doesn't look very big with the camera zoomed out like this. And he holds true to form, threes and fours. But as long as we avoid that, that's all we're looking for on the Gandalf 6. So, where's my one Corsair? Is this the one I want? This is the one here. No, that's not the guy. I think this was the one I was. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. There we go. Take a look at that. That is very, very cool. I absolutely love that right there. So thank you so much, RM. Appreciate that. Now there's that ship. That's the one we painted last Monday. And here are the Corsairs of Umbar. And they're the ones that are going to be sailing that ship. Now, previous Armada Mondays were a little different scale. Look at this. This was the previous scale of Armada Mondays, our 1800 scale ships. We've got Essex there, we have Lexington here. So yeah, they're a little bit smaller, slightly different scale, but we've had a blast painting up our terrain here. And we're just in the opening phases. 38 minutes ago, this had absolutely no paint on it whatsoever. We're getting into some of our mid and lighter tones here. Then we are going to get into all of the freehand on the shields there. So Nojitsu, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know you just finished your stream, so it's not like you don't exactly have something right here to show from the stream. But if you got Discord, Instalink, or something like that, you want to share that, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody, please give Nojitsu a follow. Yeah. We'll hit this too. And there's another rope over here. Yeah. So the rigging on this, I gotta say, it's at least the first time around, it's going to be challenging. That's code for, oh my gosh, this could be a nightmare. We shall see. You know what? I'm gonna move you over here. That is just asking for all kinds of problems there. Yeah, take a little backtrack on. There we go. Don't want to go too light with our ochre. Oh, by the way, we're painting this all with oil paints. Whether it's miniatures, whether it's ships, whether it's busts, whether it is buildings like these here. We painted all of these on the stream with the oils, of course. And let me see something here. I'll get back to my main scene. Where's my werewolf? There, my werewolf. So we were painting up these guys on stream. Again, with the oil paint, even the tattoos, everything, start to finish. Start to finish. Or whether it's our Bretonian stuff, Tomb Kings, whatever. It all begins and ends with the oils. And by this time tomorrow, this could be completely dry. I think maybe there's some parts of the shields or whatever where we have to maybe kind of do some more layers of paint there. Maybe those would take a day or two extra, just to be really, really, really set. But I'll definitely be able to handle this thing tomorrow and take pictures of it and such. Doing the dry brushy stuff here. Even though all of this, we did do a. You can see, see all that dark paint on the brush there. That is because we just in the first 20-ish minutes, we were doing a bit of a glazy thing here. So no jitsu. Again, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, thank you so much for the rate. Appreciate that. If you do want to go back and see any of the previous sessions, like where we were painting the Corsairs or this ship here, everything is saved as a highlight. So it's almost like a YouTube channel. Very much like a YouTube channel. You can go back and you can watch all that stuff again, start to finish. Thank you so much, Sarah Collection. Appreciate that. What happened here? That's it. So, again, the whole thing with the no sales, we can work around that, but yeah, that's an issue right there. Thank you so much. What are we going to get on our Gandalf 6 here? Again, with lots of 3s and lots of 4s. Okay, well, it's a little lower, but still, again, he avoids the dreaded 1. Now, if he ever mentions pipeweed, well, that definitely has a tendency to turn into a 1. We'll put it that way. A tendency. So thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate that. Don't want to go too late on those. And again, we have the twine to do the rigging, such as that is. That could be that could get interesting. I'm going to use that phrase once again. It could get interesting. Now, of course, we do other stuff here. We do have, I promise, there will be some Shatterpoint stuff coming. I have to locate the Shatterpoint figures that I have all prepped. So many things have been moved around. We will get back to some Shatterpoint. And we have a ton of this. Oh, Armored Wolf, I'll have to send you a picture of those skink raptor riders. Because I just hit them with the primer real quick. And holy smokes, just hitting them with the primer. Wow, to see them all as just one color instead of the whole kaleidoscope of different materials. That was pretty cool, I gotta say. So yeah, I'll shoot you a picture of that tomorrow. So again, everybody please give Nojitsu a follow. Do that, please. Yeah, I'm gonna go up here with that. Trying to, again, vary the color and the temperature here on these boards because, again, they really, okay, brown, fine, but it really should be many shades of brown, some more towards the red. In this case, more towards the green. And, of course, thin sticks to thick and vice versa. The last thing we did was, well, super thin. So here we're looking to go a little bit thicker. Oh, that's just a craft brush, by the way. Yep, nasty old craft brush. That's all it is. And just like we did on the deck here, and you can see how the bases on the miniatures are kind of designed to match. Oh, that's the other thing, is that now that I have this file, there's all kinds of ropes. There's literally sails that are folded up. There's coils of ropes, sails, all this really good stuff. So we're going to be able to really, we're going to be able to deck out our ships See what I did there? Oh, geez whiz, Armored Wolf, holy smokes. Same thing, Recoil and Michael. So, Boomnitz, remember Boomnitz was going to sculpt some stuff for us? Boomnitz did the first test figure recoil, and it was a Galadriel, and I printed it out overnight last night. So yes, the gummy bear fellowship is it's gonna be it's gonna happen. It has begun. As Theoden said, so it begins. And I think it came out pretty well. I'll obviously try to cure that after the stream. Yeah, Michael says that, well, yeah, what you probably want to do is just sail right on past that last pun, right? Well, of course, Michael, you have to toe the line when it comes to the oils, right? If you do not obey those essential principles, you're going to be walking the plank, aren't you? Yeah. This is the Wampleville Comedy Club here. It's always open mic night at the Wampleville Comedy Club. So Recoil again. Thanks for doing that. I know you had a blast, and you were just. I'm pretty sure that every result you got, you just couldn't stop but just kind of chuckle there, at least, if not get a good hearty laugh out of it. But I think it's going to be amazing, Rico, and I think it's actually going to be a pretty nifty tribute there. I mean, obviously, I will print out the more standard gummy bears. I will print those out too. Those could just be regular Gondor citizens or something like that. Now, well, Michael, yeah, it's always best to chart a very accurate course. And of course, you always want to make sure that your painting compass is always pointed north, right? Hey, there's Sam's mini painting. How you doing? Now, oh, Sam's mini. This actually turned out to be far more interesting than we anticipated. One second here. Let me just move this stuff out of the way. Okay. Film noir on this, because this is kind of. You know what? I might actually zoom in. Let me zoom in for you here. All right. So check this out. And hey, Sam's mini painting. How you doing? Everybody, hey Sam, please share your links if you could, please, to all your fabulous painted miniatures. Now look at this. See all of our rust effects go away. I mean, yeah, there's shading there, but look at that. Doesn't that just look really, really just okay? It's almost like one value. Ah, look at that. Even now at about 20%, you can start to see something. Look at that. Right? You see some of the yellows, some of the more reddish stuff, and then look at this. That completely disappears. That all disappears. And look at the rust on the main mast and the mizzen mast over there. Here, we'll do it again. It all disappears. Now, of course, it's more significant when there's more color on stuff or whatever. Wait a minute, which was... well, we'll just go back to this one here. Michael, all kidding aside, Michael, I actually did some of those Easterling ships that I grabbed. They do have some ores, I think. So we will be dealing with that. Also, Wicked Minis. Something wicked has entered the stream. We thought our ships were wicked enough, but now we got Wicked Minis in here. So Wicked Minis, how the heck are you doing? Happy Monday. Everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow. So Wicked Minis, it's round 2. Yes, indeed. Believe it or not, it's only been 7 days since this. This was the first of our Mega Armada Mondays. So this was the ship we painted last week. As you can see, we're doing it again. Hey there, Squirtle. How you doing? Everybody, please give War Squirtle a follow too. So, everybody, oh, check out that Instagram link there that Sam's Mini Painting just posted. And again, please give Sam's Mini Painting a follow. So yeah, look at this here. These are from Printable Scenery. And actually, now what I have been doing, I printed up a whole bunch of extras. Like these were the FDM version of the ballista. Well, I'm printing up a ton more of those. So yeah, I'm printing up a bunch more of those. Coils of rope, folded up sails, you name it, all kinds of fun stuff. We still have to obviously get the masts down there, but as you can see, we're going to be doing the freehand on the shields. I also have been printing out more shields. I think I'm probably going to do another thing. Oh, and look at this. For speaking of rigging, uh, Velfera found this for us. I think this is the perfect size, shape, color, and I think it's the stuff that I can, yeah, I can burn the ends of it to so that it doesn't keep fraying or whatever. Thanks, Wiki Minis. Appreciate that. So, Squirtle, again, you want to share anything in the chat? You go ahead and do that. Now, of course, this is why we call it Mega Armada Mondays, because the previous Armada Mondays, just a wee bit smaller. Yeah, that's about a 936-foot ship right there, next to just a tiny little. I mean, that's not even a. This basically a schooner. That's not even a frigate. Not even a frigate, probably. Hey, TJ. Ooh, nice to see you again, TJ. How the heck are you doing? Hey, great to see you back. I hope that all is well. And of course, again, Wicked Minis, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Uh, Also, too, what is it? Yeah, so 52 minutes ago, this had no paint on it, as in at all. None. 9. Zippo. Let's get the forward section here. Now, let me rotate that around. Everybody, please check out the Insta link that Wicked Minis just shared. And again, please give Wicked Minis a follow. So again, Wicked Minis, I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Again, looking to just get a wee bit of color there. See that little alternating color there. And then we're going to start hitting these shields. Yeah, we'll start getting some freehandy type things on the shields here. Do I try some of the... No, let's let that set before we start fooling around with the rest stuff. So I think what we might just do then is, yeah, let's start messing with our shields here. Let me see if there's a way we can have this out here so that I can have a little peek at it there. Alright, I'm just going to put it over here. And of course, there's our Corsair ship. And actually, our last stream we painted 5 more of these guys. So I think I've got about 30 Corsairs-ish or so. So we're getting there on our Corsairs, right, Dark Horse? How you doing? So Dark Horse, happy... Well, it's still, for 45 minutes, it's still a happy Monday here. It is still a happy Monday. Now, let me, we got still some of our fabulous, from our Mahood Riders. We still have some of our fabulous orange here. That would be the Piro orange. So great to see you there, Dark Horse. Now, what are we doing here? We're just looking to sketch this stuff out, right? And the nice thing about that is, if we say, you know what, that's just not quite right. Oh, look, it's like an eraser. It's just like an eraser. And again, all we're looking to do here is just kind of sketch this out. We have that. Okay, there's 4 of them here. Thin over thick and vice versa. Okay, there's again just Getting this started here. I might even do this on the other side just with the orange here. Now that I know what we're doing there. So Valfera, all kinds of fantastic news. All kinds of fantastic news. So that discount, it shows up. What's interesting is it's almost like I had to refresh my mini factory Valfera. It's like for whatever reason I had to open up a new tab, go into my mini factory, and all of a sudden the discount showed up. So remember those couple of files we were talking about that I thought could make for some really good videos? I have those, like the cowboy lady, whatever, with all the leather and stuff. I thought that would make a fantastic tutorial, and then a couple other ones. Actually, I've got two of them printing right now. I have the welcome pack one, or no, it's not the welcome pack. It's this month's releases. Those are actually printing right now, Valfera, and more good news, Valfera. Look at this. I think this is pretty much textbook perfect here. The color is perfect. I think it's that plastic stuff, right, where we can melt the end of it. It's the perfect size, right? It's not too big. It's not too small. I might get a couple of more rolls of this Valfera just so that I got them because, well, we're going to be printing a lot more ships. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. Nice to see ya. So yeah, Valfera. Well, thanks again for first of all for the finding that stuff, because that's perfect stuff. It is exactly, well, that's actually better than what I thought I could find. I mean, it's pretty much what I was looking for, but I think it's a good 15% better even than that. Oh, Dark Horse, go ahead and if you want to share the Witch King there. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry I didn't see that sooner there, Dark Horse. But yeah, please go ahead and share that. Okay, we're gonna do this. Come on. Nah, a little more thinner. Now, so they are different seasons, Valfera, right? Because there's one that's kind of like summer, right? I'll definitely try to get those two. I think those are in my cart, Valfera. But Valfera, I mean, it was kind of like we were talking about, right? It just has that little extra something. Well, I think he even says, right, on his my mini factory that or his tribes, that because he puts so much detail and so much work into them, he's not going to have 15 releases per month. So yeah, again, there's not going to be and it's just fine, right? He doesn't have to have Loot Studios numbers because I wouldn't just say that his are just a little bit more detailed than Loot Studios. It kind of felt that way to me, that they were just a little bit more detailed than Loot Studios. Again, they kind of have that. Loot Studios are pretty detailed and pretty good, but it just seemed like his look almost like Renaissance era paintings. And actually, Valfera, that's what I was going to do. I was going to go into AI and type in, show me a whatever um, as a Renaissance style painting. I'm even going to do that with there's these creature caster figures that I actually printed out. I was going to say, show me a dwarf whatever, but as a Renaissance painting. And I want to see what it gives me there. Let me see. Well, Dark Horse, I mean, that's okay. Now, let me see something. Okay, Now, was that on the Fell Beast, or was that the Witch King just on horse, Dark Horse? I know you said. So my apologies. My brain right now can only kind of handle if one or two things at a time. So again, Velfair, thank you so much for the link to that thing, because I think that is absolutely the exact thing I was looking for. Actually, did I? No, that does go. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing we have an eraser here, because those are on the wrong one. Look at this. I thought something seemed a little bit crazy there, but I thought I had a sponge. This will do just as fine. Look at that. Looky there. I think, yeah, now I know what the heck was going on. That's why those shapes weren't quite working where they were supposed to. So that is blank. This one gets this. Okay, that now makes a whole lot more sense. Much more sense there. Yeah, Velfair. I didn't realize that both of those were DM Stash. So yeah, this one's DM Stash. And that was really fun. That's one of the latest tutorials on the Patreon page. So Dark Horse, let me see. That we can move this down a little bit further here. We have some more. Some more Easterling terrain files from Hartolia Miniatures. So looking forward to printing out those. Let me show you something here, Dark Horse. Now, what I thought was the last piece of the Dol Amroth Port City, well, it was almost the last piece. I still had to print four more pieces after that. But here, let me show you this here. So this is the last piece that's basically just finished printing right there. So it's a piece that goes right in there. That's a 4-story watchtower or lighthouse there, if you just want to see how big it is. These are all 2-story buildings, by the way. Yeah. So those are all 2-story buildings. See, that's a boat in there. That's actually a boat that sits in there. We have little boats over here. Oh, look at, we can make it bigger. There, yeah. So again, look at these 2-story. There's 3 2-story buildings right there. And again, we're printing out the last piece that goes right over there. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Doji, if you would like to share your links in the chat, please go ahead. You know which ones I'm talking about. Great to see you again there, Doji. Happy Tuesday. Yes, over here. Over here, we'll get this. Come on. Is it this one? Yeah, this is the one that gets the star on it. So Velfair, this is all part of the Corsairs of Umbar. The Corsairs of Umbar. Now, I guess I'm going to have to search Cults 3D for some more ships. Well, elven ships, basically. Because a lot of the other ships that I have, they have gun ports on them, so that wouldn't be quite super accurate for, say, MESBG. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Okay, that is close enough. And, okay. This one here, we're just going to move that up a little. Alright, let's get some of our Mars Yellow Deep out here. for some freehand right here. This was symbol here, and that was on our banner. So check out the see the banner in the center there. You can recognize there's a bunch of these graphics that we're putting on here that were all actually kind of pulled out of that banner, little piece by piece. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? So Horns fan, I'm pretty much convinced that there are no good teams in the NFL. There's less bad, but there's really no good teams because, well, you've got whatchamacallit, you got the Ravens at 0-2, right? And now you have the Eagles losing a game that they never should have lost to Atlanta at home. You have Miami in complete disarray. So yeah, it's looking like it's not looking so hot there for a whole bunch of teams. Hey there, Elite. How you doing? So yeah, Elite, and I also saw the that penalty that gave Kansas City that win. Boy, oh boy, talk about being super obvious that you want a certain team in the Super Bowl. Holy smokes! I mean, we talk about bribing the refs, but wow, that must have been a significant bribe right there. That was fairly egregious, for sure. Well, and now Cincinnati is 0-2 also. I just realized that. Yeah, since that's another team that was supposed to be competing for a Super Bowl, they are also 0-2. It's getting crazy out there, right, Elite? Yeah, Horns fan. It's slim pickings for good teams in the NFL this year. Wow. I mean, maybe some teams will get a little bit better. Oh yeah, Valfira here. So here's the Valfira. It's so weird to think it was just a week ago, right, Valfira, that we were painting this thing just a week ago. Let's throw this over here. Now let's get the square. Let's get the square and then the other square. Okay, so square here. Another square behind it. Oh yeah, so Elite, I don't know if you well, I didn't obviously see the game on Sunday, but I heard. I mean, they gave it the old college try, right? Right, Elite. They tried. I mean, they actually had a chance to win it. But as we said, yeah, Houston, as we like to say, was definitely the better team. Wouldn't you say they're Elite by far? Let's go this way. I gotta move this up a little bit here. Let's move this up a little fraction here, no fraction. Remember, we're still basically in the sketching phase here. So Doji, I hope that the rest of the weekend was fun for you there. Horns fan, are they going to make a mockery of their chance to make history? Horns fan, are they seriously going to throw away the chance to be the worst team ever to play? It just seems it seems unwise. How many chances do you get, Horns fan, to be the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball? You don't get many of those. I think you should always capitalize on opportunities. Let me see if we can get this and then through here. and then down to there. So Elite, that offensive line, yeah, that's um, who knows, Elite? Maybe they can make a trade or something like that. But boy, oh boy, I don't think I don't think that's going to work. But then again, Elite. I mean, you look at what happened to Philadelphia. Somebody, if Barkley catches that pass, that game is over. Well, Doji, I hope that you're going to be able to do that very, very soon. I know it's you've been really wanting to get to that for quite some time. Okay, and then this gets a little eye here, like so. I think it's, yep, this down here. Then we'll start bringing in some of our lighter stuff. Well, Vilfer, I'm glad you were able to at least get a chance to play something there, Doji. I mean, all kidding aside, sometimes you just got to take those opportunities when they're there. You think, oh yeah, I'll be able to play this whenever, and well, whenever sometimes it takes a while to show up. Whenever can end up being a whole lot later. Okay, and let me do this little element down here. Go something like that. Well, again, we'll be straighten that out right when we get into our later stuff. Oh, that's right, Doji. Yeah, now Doji, I don't know, was that in? I'm sure that was in the Instagram link that you shared there. Let me try going this way. So yeah, Velfair, it was really strange. As I'm sitting there looking at, there's no, discounts not showing up, not seeing anything, and then I go on to a different machine, or I go in, I kind of go into a different window or something like that, bring up my mini factory there, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, there is the discount. Lo and behold, there it is. Now, let me see what we have here. Okay, that's our. Come on, there we are. Hey there, Sarge. So Sarge, when I saw those the tow lines, I kept thinking when I was working on those 148 scale ones, it was the same deal. The tow lines were driving me absolutely bonkers. Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. When I saw your Facebook post from earlier today, I thought, oh my gosh, those tow lines. Now, let me see. Oh, we also have Hey Armored Wolf. I was able to find. I mean, it's more like Schmeldar, which is hilarious, but it's an Eldar. It's kind of like a wave serpent type of thing or whatever. So I did manage to find one of those for our vehicles workshop, and we have one of those. Um, Belfair, I mostly got some of the busts because obviously those are down, what, $3.70 something cents, right, with the discount. And I actually got the Valkyrie, the Ravina bust with and without the helmet. I got the Gunslinger. Oh, that's what it's called, the Gunslinger. And then I got Shireen's Torment because, again, I thought that's another thing where I could sort of use a Renaissance painting as a reference. So yeah, we'll try and print those out again. I've got the the current release printing right now as we speak. So Roland, this is for my Corsairs of Umbar. I've got other ships that I've also printed out and I've also been painting. I've got some Elven ships. I've got a Dol Amroth ship. I'm going to have an Easterling ship. I found an Orc ship. I found an Orc ship so that we can do Middle-earth War at Sea. And you can even see we got one of our Corsairs already on the ship right there. So yeah, this is for our Middle-earth War at Sea. Actually, Elite, remember I was saying how the defense tends to run out ahead of the offense. It takes a while for the offense to get caught up. This is almost like the old days where the offense was garbage. I'm kind of hoping this is a permanent kind of thing. I like this 18 to 15 final scores. I mean, obviously my preference would be for like 6-3 games or something like that, but you can't have everything. But if this is a new era of defensive football, I am all into it. Because, right, Elite, weren't we petitioning to eliminate the forward pass? I think so. I think it should be outlawed. Yes, the forward pass should be outlawed. There we go. Again, it's like we got an eraser. So see you later there, Doji. See you later there. Now, the one thing I think all kidding aside, that new kickoff rule has not worked out the way they wanted it. Yeah, because when you're seeing college games, right, Horns fan, you actually get to see returns. So yeah, they made it safer by making everything a touchback. So I think that is one experiment that needs to go away really quickly. So hopefully by next year that is gone. Rugby is definitely fantastic, Doji. Of course, there's those of us here that do love our Aussie rules. And you know which ones they are. I think we are now ready. Yeah, we're ready to go on the... here, let's get some of our lighter stuff going on here. Our fabulous Hook'em Horns orange right there. Which just, it's so weird. It's the translucent that paints like an opaque. So yeah, I no idea what they were trying to do with that thing. It sounded okay, and then when I read the caveats, well, you know what they should bring in? They should bring in the rouge. Yes, they should have the rouge as part of... I don't remember what it is. All I know is that it's in Canadian football. And I think it has something to do with kickoffs. I think if on the kickoff you actually basically kick it through the goalposts, it's worth a point. Now, same deal here. Yeah, let's see, we've got, we did the sketchy parts, and now we're able to get a little bit more detailed with our freehand here. So Valfair, I also have, well, let's see, I've got that Phoenician ship, right? I also have a Viking ship, which hopefully, again, we can maybe convert up or something in some way, shape, or form, and make it maybe more generically Middle-earth. I mean, it's not like we need tons of different ships, right? I think all of the ships of the time were kind of similar. I'm going to shift this down a little bit. So again, see, we can kind of make some. You know, I can zoom in here. Nope. I'm actually zoomed in as much as I can be. All right. I'm zoomed in as much as I can. So yeah, elite in a league where mediocrity is the theme of the day, it's not really going to take very much to turn a franchise around, at least for a season, wouldn't you say? Valfera, it's kind of funny. I was reading your thing, and I thought you were doing. Well, obviously it was a humorous thing, but I thought you were doing a pun, Valfera, because look at how autocorrect spelled Rohan. I actually thought you were doing like a triple pun there, Valfera. Although I'm pretty sure Valfera is going to say it was deliberate. It was deliberate, just like a certain dwarf. So yeah, Valfera, that was kind of, I guess, one of the more fortuitous autocorrects right there. Because I'm looking at that and going, "Oh, that's a good one, Rohan." Let me see if I can move my thing. Nope, wrong way. Let's go that way with it. Oh yeah, by the way, there's the magnifier. Oh yeah, we never get to see this. Look at this. So this is how I see things. Look at that. Wow, this is the first time ever. First time ever being on this. So that's yeah, that's pretty cool. You actually get to see the magnifier light for the first time. And again, it's not just a magnifier. The light is in between, and remember this has all the different light settings on it. And I think it's still less than $40 on Amazon. Oh, and by the way, it comes with a clip, so you can clip it to your table. It also has like one of those weighted bottoms there. So if you don't have a desk to clip it to, or like say at a convention, right, those tables, those folding tables, there's nowhere to actually connect it to. All right, so now we'll get some of our lighter orange on the other side. Yeah, Valfera, we will rack that one up. Well, Valfera, that's kind of like one of those. Oh yeah, it's one of those. It's an inside the park home run, Valfera. It's one of those inside the park home runs where it barely gets beyond the infield, and you end up clearing the bases with it. Actually, Horns fan, didn't the Sox do something like that? They turned a ground ball into an inside the park home run or something insanely stupid like that. I'm fairly certain they Keystone Cops. That's it. Yeah, they did a Keystone Cops kind of a routine. Lighter orange here. Then we'll get into our lighter yellows. No, no, no. Then we're going to cut away some of this. Then we'll get into the lighter yellows. That's it. I know, Rico, you were saying that some of the other stuff you had just was not cutting it, just was not working the way you would have liked. So I'm glad that has been fantastic. And of course, Rico, it does what saves a lot on eye strain, doesn't it? It does save on a ton of eye strain. That's why, again, here, I've used these a magnifier light in some way, shape, or form, even when I was doing watercolors. But the entire time I've been painting miniatures, I have used a magnifier light. When everything is 3 to 5 times bigger, well, it's another way of being able to again, if you can get rid of most whatever little flaws or variations at 3 to 5 times, when you see it just in regular size, right? It's going to look pretty nifty, right? See, like right there, I'm just going to let the darker stuff get in there and clean up that line instead of me trying to screw around with it. This one now. Then we've also got the shields on the stern that we have to do. Oh, and by the way, we're just an hour and 25 minutes in. And this is, again, this is a 28 millimeter scale ship. It is from Printable Scenery. Oh, by the way, for folks that didn't hear earlier, all of the extras, like these, since I have the file now, I reprinted these on the resin printer. They look 1,000 times better, so I'm so glad I did not waste any time on these. I also have coiled up ropes. I have folded sails. I mean, it's fantastic. So, and it'll work for all of our ships, not just for these. So yeah, I'm looking forward to using those on all the ships. Heck, some of them I'll be able to use on my bases. They're actually small enough. Yeah, let me do this here. And again here, let's get more orange out here. So Sarge, yeah, again, sorry that it got kind of crazy there with those tow lines, but yeah, that drove me absolutely bonkers with the 148s. I just got rid of them, Sarge. I just did not bother. I mean, especially since, well, I'm doing it for bolt action, right? Okay, let's get in some of our darker stuff here. It'll just be Van Dyke Brown. We'll keep it pretty simple here. Van Dyke Brown, like so. And now we can do some correcting here on some of these. Like down there. So Velfira, the next thing I really want to print out are my Easterling. Let's see, I think I'll try and print out the Easterling ship. Which again, it's the printing goes ever on. And I mean, he was supposed to be a Corsair ship, but it's clearly a Chinese junk. And like I was telling you, I just got a bunch more files from Hartolia. I mean, they are super, super, super cheap. And when we're talking about literally a 5-story Oriental pagoda for $7.90. I mean, it's. I had to go there because it's for the Easterlings. Changing this around. And actually, I'm going to make a change to this as well. I'm just going to get rid of that, and we will sketch that back in again. Another, yeah, a little bit of a tightening up of that. Oh, and again, another programming note. So this, not this Saturday, but the next Saturday. So that'll be the 28th. There's supposed to be the block party here. And I'm going to try and help them make that happen. So I will not be able to stream Saturday on the 28th. So that's where we do a substitute Saturday on a Sunday. Which is actually not too bad because it does give me some more time to set up some more files. Sarge, I'm glad. I know you sent me the picture of the things that were broken off there. Or cut off there. And of course, Sarge, if you want to share any links to your Tigray there, please go ahead. You know, I need to get this also filled in with a little bit more of the dark there. So see, again, we're cleaning up these edges right here. This has less thinner in it also, Just to let you know, because again, previous layer had a little bit more of the thinner in it, right? Because we were kind of doing the sketchy thing. So again, see how we've really tightened up a lot of those shapes. Now the star here is definitely one that always needs a little bit of cleanup, especially since we moved that up a good, I don't know, not eighth of, maybe 16th of an inch. Somewhere thereabouts. So Elite, are there any super marquee games on this? Actually, Elite, with all these 0-2 teams like the Bengals and the Ravens, I think actually aren't the Steelers also 2-0? Actually, Elite, I think there might be some more, not because they're necessarily great teams, but we got teams already fighting for their playoff lives, wouldn't you say? You go 0-3, that's pretty much the end of your season. Yeah, okay, there we go. When I go with the lighter yellow on here, we can do some adjustments in addition to these adjustments here. Yeah, Sarge, I just remember all of the road wheels that you printed out. And like we were joking, right? It was just as miserable putting those on as it was as if you were a German tanker at Kursk. It was, oh my gosh, that had to be absolutely mind-numbing right there. All right, once again, we're going to start cleaning this up. Then we'll come back with our lighter yellow stuff here. But see how that, see how that has a nice sharp edge on it now? Nice little sharp edge there. These guys look a little less ragged right here. And Sarge, yeah, that Port City, holy smokes. When you see just the outbuildings and stuff, those are two-story buildings with like a little portico on it too. I mean, that's a massive thing. Yeah, Elite. I mean, I suppose. Really, this is exactly what they would want, right? Elite. It's kind of almost like a Horns fan. It's almost like reverse now. I swear it's almost like in the NFL now. It's you can't every single week is like a playoff game, whereas in college because of the expanded playoff, you're like yeah okay, we dropped this game, that's okay. We can still get into the playoffs. Elite, actually, well, the Patriots, they had that game in hand. Well, sort of, I guess you could say. Yeah, the Patriots could have been 2-0, right, the Elite? Yeah, if the Jets lose that one, that is even with a healthy Aaron Rodgers, that could be signs and portents, right, the Elite? Once again, more of our again the this NFL news report brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. Actually, oh geez, I forgot how many there were. Sarge, was there 48 of them? Or was there 28 of them? I think it was more like 28 interlocking wheels, right? Obviously, I guess I should count the sprockets and everything too. And well, they did have return rotors, right, Sarge? Pretty sure they had return rotors. I think it was the T-34 that didn't have the return rotors, and it made that horrible squeaking and clanking sound. All right, again, we're just cleaning up, cleaning this up here, and then we'll come back with our lighter yellows. This is still just kind of sketching things out right here. We're still doing the sketchy stuff. This one, there's a little less correcting involved with this one, and especially with this star, than there was on the other side where I had to move that significantly. We're almost good to go here, and I think, yep, no, we did that over there. All right. So no return. That's got to be awful noisy. And Sarge, of course, Simon Whistler of the Mega Projects and Biographics and Warographics and Geographics fame. He was doing a video on all the kitties, right? And obviously, you and I, at least I think we're both of the opinion that if you just stuck with the PZ4 and made a bunch of them with all the variants, you would have been better off because they were able to upgun that thing fairly significantly. And I do believe the PZ4 actually had better side armor than the Panther. And of course, a certain corporal was the one responsible for that because he said put everything on the front. And the side armor on that was basically like a Panzer II. I mean, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but and of course the steel was so bad that it was just if it would get hit from the outside, pieces of steel would just go bouncing around on the inside like a ping pong ball. Yeah, recoil. It's pretty wild to see. The U.S. videos of the vehicles roaming around with that, and of course the British used it too. All right, now it's time to get into our lighter yellow here. Good. We still have this. Throw a couple of drops on you, and on you, also on you, and that. Keep forgetting that we've got these are alkyds right here. All right, some of the Indian yellow. A bit of our Mars yellow deep. Okay, I think just check back to what we got here. Yeah, that's about it. That is about it. All right. Now this has to be on the thinner side, I'd have to say. On the thinner side. Okay, let's break this down. Breaking it down. Start over here? Sure. Look at the difference in how light that is. And of course, again, we'll be coming back with our darker stuff to hone any edges that might need to be. Get this top one here. Again, not too much paint on it. So 24 for both. Oh, let me see. So that'll be interesting with well, of course, Elite. That was where Jim Harbaugh landed. So it's interesting to see. Well, and listen, I almost said San Diego. Elite, here's a little Google search that you'll have some fun with. Look up go into YouTube and find the I guess you could call it a fight song for the old San Diego Chargers. Of course, Elite, if you start listening to that, a disco ball is just going to drop from the ceiling because it's literally like a disco song. Yes, if you wish to have a little bit of a laugh, apologies to all San Diego Chargers fans out there. It's the power of the khakis, Elite. Yes, if you were to take away his khakis, he would just be an average coach. It's all in the khakis for him. Okay, so see we're starting to get our lighter yellows in here. There we go. And now that's gonna be a whole lot straighter there because we've already done the sketchy part, right? Going this way with those same lines. Just square that off. There you go. And all of this again is wet into wet. Look at that, and we can still go lighter than this. However, after we do this, we are going to work on some other parts of this section. Actually, I'm going to put the rust. Yeah, we're going to start doing some of the rust effects because I want to let this have a chance to set, right? I'll let it have a chance to set. And now we're going to get our star right. That's going to really look very different with our lighter yellow right there. And again, all of these, most of these shields, here, take a look at this flag, that banner that's in the back. Almost all of these designs are either taken from that or from the design. See that ship little reference in the lower right-hand corner? There was a few sort of, what would you ever call it, basically some freehand stuff on those sails. And I just kind of adapted that. It's a little wonkier than I wanted that to be, but that'll work. And I think we still have to do this on the other side. Yeah, I think so. Yep, yeah. Again, we're 1 hour and 42 minutes in. We do have the benefit of having done the ship last week, so that kind of, there's a lot of little shortcuts that I can utilize here that I just didn't know last week because I wasn't quite sure how this was supposed to look. Because we've done color test figures, now we're doing color test ships. And here all the way down through there. And through there. And there. Okay, so that side. Now this side. So the that Eldar, basically again, it's sort of like a wave serpent or whatever. It's from Epic Miniatures. The only reason I even saw that is because Epic Miniatures also had some of the sailing ships. I did not expect to see an Eldar Wave Serpent among that, right, Grand Oracle? How you doing there, Grand Oracle? Thank you so much. So, Grand Oracle, hopefully you got the... Oh, and Velfair, thanks for the pledge, too. Hopefully you got the email with all the links. Sorry about that, Velfair. I knew there was something else I wanted to ask you. But, Grand Oracle, hopefully you got the email with all of the pictures of the color charts. And Grand Oracle, let me show you this. This I think the last piece has printed now. But yeah, look at that. And that's a 4-story tower right there. All of these buildings are 2 stories. And you can see those are studs on the garage. So those are not 12-inch studs. You can see just how big this thing is. Oh, and there's one of our that's that one building that I was able to chop up in basically the Windows version of a slicer. Yeah, Elite. Well, that's always an X factor, right? Now, of course, it depends who they're playing uh, next week. There we are. So this is definitely one of the freehand elements here done from that banner. And down we go. So Grand Oracle, those not Hartolia, that's all the Easterling terrain. But those Nerixon sculpts that we were talking about, I have some of them printing as we speak. Now, the one section is about an 18-hour print. The other section is about 13 hours. So obviously it won't be till this time tomorrow before I'm able to get to the next bit of prints on that. Oh, also too, we have our very first Gummy Bear Fellowship sculpt, and I actually printed that last night. It seems to have printed out very well. So it's been very busy on the printing front for sure. Yeah, really, it would be nice to have that second bamboo, but I don't know, Grand Oracle. How convinced are you that are they really at any time in the near future going to essentially do the bigger, better version of the X1? There. And right again, just nice and easy here, able to square all this stuff off. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Again, I would really. It's kind of that balance of you know exactly what to expect from this one. So do you just get another one of these because you can really just I have all the extra parts for it just sitting here, right? They're all here already. Let me throw this here. Hey there, Thranual. Yep, Sarge. Definitely somewhat excessive. And tired. I can only imagine the mud getting in there, right? So, Thranual, happy Tuesday. I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, we're going to switch this up here with the lighter yellow. Okay, there we go. So that makes way more sense there. So it doesn't seem like it's insanely early for you. It's certainly not. It's not exactly late morning there, but it's also not 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, it's pretty close. It's 7, I guess. I'm gonna push this out and over a little more here again with the lighter yellow. And there we go. Okay. Let's get to our next one here. And then from here we move on to some rust. And by rust, it's literally just a little bit of pin line washy stuff in some very obvious places there. More right there. Okay, and now to the last one. Now we still have to get our even lighter yellow on this, but again, we want to let this have a chance to set, like always with the oil paints. Give this time to set. So there's our freehand all set, and again, it's just like what we did there, right? Same deal. We'll be getting the lighter stuff on the shields too. Again, we're not even 2 hours in here. Yeah, Sarge, I just, all I can figure is that they thought, well, we'll just be driving on roads the whole time. Now, the other thing I heard, Sarge, is that they also had, and of course, it's not like it takes no time at all to do this process, but I guess they had a whole bunch of, they had narrower tracks that if it had to go on rails, they would put it on put on these narrower tracks so that it wouldn't be bumping into things on the side of the railroad. But it took forever to do that. And of course, the other thing is if they had to tow one of these things, especially if it was a K2 or something like that, you either had to have another K2 or you had to have two industrial Hanomags there. Anti-scurvy globes, right? Oh yeah, like well, I guess Stila doesn't have the orange trees anymore in the new house, but yeah, the anti-scurvy globes. That's what we always called them. So yeah, Sarge, when you look at, obviously the T-34 had some wide tracks, and then you look at the Tiger 2, and I swear those tracks, they had to be 1.5 feet wide. Actually, Elite, believe it or not, some of the extra little things that I printed that go, like on the deck or whatever, they are basically little baskets of oranges. It's funny you should mention that, but yes. And actually, Elite, I was thinking of, in our games of MESPG, those would quite literally be objectives. Because you could even have Corsairs fighting each other just for the oranges. Now we're gonna get ourselves some rusty things out here. Well, let me see. What were we going to? That was a really hilarious. I think we're going to have Middle Earth-wise an objective they were going to be fighting over. Getting a little bit of a rust right there. Yeah, I guess though. Of course, Sarge. Basically, everything had those. Speaking of Hanomags, they had them. Even the oh gosh, what was it? Was the Kettenkrot? What was the basically the little golf cart? It literally looked like a children's Hanomag. What was that thing called? Of course, I can't remember. I'll kick myself for not remembering. But they used them all the time at airfields, right? So obviously you had things like caravels in the 1200s. And Carracks, you had those too. So yeah, Sarge. What's wild, Sarge, is to see the pictures of the panhards, right? So they would take those French panhard armored cars. They would take the road wheels off of them, and they would put basically railroad wheels on there, and one would be out in front of the train, and the other one would be behind it. And that was pretty much how they made use of all the panhard armored cars. Kettenkrad, that's it. That's it. And I think those are very, very popular for, again, at airfields, right? For hauling around munitions and fuel and all that kind of stuff. You know what? Let me get a little more of my rusty stuff on this here. On this here anchor. I think I actually have one of those, Sarge. Well, it's a 1/48 scale. I think Bolt Action might have one, but it might still be a resin slash metal kit. But yeah, I think I have a 1/48 scale version of that. I need to actually print out. I think we did manage to find some Junkers STL files. I was looking for a Junkers 88. Now I'm wondering, is there a Heinkel 111? So yeah, sailing ships like this. Well, you have to figure that even in the 14 and 1500s, right? Well, obviously Columbus discovers was it Cuba in 1496 or 1492, and he was basically using caravels at that point. I think that's pretty much what his ships were. And of course, by the 1600s, you had the Spanish treasure galleons. And yeah, that's a little too thin, a little too thin. We gotta go a little bit thicker than that. Basically, I think it was in the 1600s. The Swedish Navy, actually, that was one of the most powerful navies in the world. Actually, they had themselves some serious, like 80 and 100 gun ships of the line. So see the difference between that kind of back here. So we're starting to get in some of our darker stuff here, starting to develop things more and more. Recoil, you'll get a laugh at this as that's the same guy. I think it was Epic Minute. No, it's there's a couple of guys that specialize in micronaut type stuff. So essentially, those well, I think it would be 1/1800 scale sailing ships. And of course, it even has the rat lines in there too. So I think I'm going to have to get me some of those. I might just have to get me some of those. So Armada, who knows, Armada Mondays, not just smaller scale again, but also of an earlier era. There we go. So yeah, a ship like this would certainly have been around in at least the 14th century, if not maybe the 13th century. Okay, let's do the other side with this. There we go. Because I think the Mary Rose, wasn't that... Whoops, here, let me get this. I think the Mary Rose was was that in the 1400s? Or was that in the 1600s? Yep, here we are. This, the Vasa. That was the Swedish ship. That was essentially at the time a would be considered like a battleship, and that sank right outside the harbor. Yeah, recoil. The fact that it had rat lines, at least it looked like 3D printable rat lines. That sounds pretty good to me. I almost wouldn't mind if somebody had made 3D printable rigging for this. Now again, it's been a while since my Boy Scout orienteering days, so we'll see how it goes doing the rigging on this ship here. Hey there, Ella, how you doing? And Thranio, it was still practically in the harbor, and now of course they were able to actually raise that, and it was the vast majority of it was intact too, right, Thranuel? And you can go see it in Sweden now. It's got its own little museum. Well, not little. So 725 millimeters at the largest. That's some pretty epic stuff there, right, Sarge? Ah, the Mary Rose was 1511. Okay, thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Everybody, please check out this link that Ryan is about to share with all of Ryan's fabulous oil painted miniatures. So great to see you there, Ryan. And again, everybody check this out because there's some really incredible miniatures, all painted with the oils. So Elite, do a little Google search on the Battle of Salamis. Not Salamis, but Salamis, and you'll kind of get a good chance to see what. And also, of course, even in later years, there you had triremes and quinqueremes. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. So Ryan, thanks for being here. So again, sorry for the later start here. Yeah, Sarge. I mean, you understand why, but of course, there were no bridges, right, that could support those things. Well, at least not maybe no bridges, but certainly none where they needed to get to. All right, now we did the lighter rest there. Now we'll maybe try our lighter yellows here on the on our freehand stuff. I think we still got. Oh yeah, we have a decent amount of fast matte white in here. That's good. That is very good. And just keep breaking this stuff down. There we go. I think it's just about as light as we want to go with this. Maybe we go a little lighter. A smidge lighter there. Ah, there we are. Little lighter. I don't know. Should I go thinner than that? I was thinking we needed to go thicker. Yeah, okay. Alright, I was right. There we are. Because the Mary Rose, if I remember right, was Henry VIII's flagship. And that was when they developed cast iron cannons instead of everything being a bronze cannon. And that led to things like those 100-gun ships of the line. They could make the ships. It was, well, trying to outfit it with the guns. That was the problem. Trying to get my light down in here. And oh no, we didn't do the orange in there. Okay, I thought we did. So Elite, I do believe that, well, again, at the Battle of Salamis, the Greek triremes, they could actually get up to almost 9 knots, which is insane. I mean, that is incredibly slow by today's standards, but to consider that was basically, that was under oar power. Now, they also had sails, but the advantage of oar power was, well, you didn't have to tack. Kind of like, well, obviously today's either turbines or whatever. You don't have to try and turn into the wind or whatever. Our lighter yellow there. And then around our little star over here too. To constantly keep going back here and refresh that brush, because every time we touch this thing, it is picking up some of the paint that is already there. That's how it goes with the oil paints, right, Ryan? And again, everybody please check out that Insta link that Ryan just shared, because there's all kinds of really fantabulous oil painted miniatures on there. Okay, so yeah, this, I mean, again, it looks more like Schmeldar rather than Eldar, but again, it's from Epic Miniatures, and it does, I mean, it looks like a wave serpent. Close enough for a, whatchamacallit, Vehicles Workshop video, that's for sure. Get this here. Down here. And now we'll do this on the other side. Like so. And here. So yeah, those are the triremes and the quinqueremes. Now the 5, it was basically when you got to, say, Carthage versus Rome. That's when you got to the 5 levels of oars. So I think with the Greeks, I think they maybe got to triremes, and that was probably as far as they got. But if you look at the Punic Wars between Carthage and Rome, that's where you will see things like the quinqueremes. There. And of course, if there is no Battle of Salamis, well, then you probably have the Persian Empire extending fairly deep into Europe. Yeah, Sarge, I think, what was the, wasn't it, it was Porsche, for the mouse. I mean, basically, he just said, okay, bridges, no bridges for these things. They were, that's why it was supposed to be a diesel electric, right? Because it was almost more like a submarine. You could be running the electric under the water there. And I think one mouse was supposed to power the other mouse while it was doing the snorkel thing. Again, I don't want every single part of this to be that lightest yellow, but I think, yeah, now we've got our lightest stuff set up there. Hey there, Paintwater Smalley, how you doing? Everybody, please give Paintwater Smalley a follow if you could. That'd be fantastic. So great to see you there, Paintwater. I hope that you're doing well. And of course, if you want to share any links to stuff that you're doing in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. Last one with this, and then we're going to try and get some of our ropes with some of the lighter stuff in it. Maybe even do some lighter rust things. Hit this too. And then we'll get 3 shields on each. Yeah, 3 shields on each side of the stern to do. Alright, good enough there. And again, that's... So those are the 3 shields we'll have to do on the stern. But let's maybe get to some of our lighter rust and some of that. Nope, Paintwater, this is the second boat. We painted this one last Monday. Right here, that was, what, about a 5.5 hour stream-ish? Something like that. Yeah, it was about a 5.5 hour stream. Let me see, 2 hours and 12 minutes ago. This ship had no paint on it whatsoever. So we're moving right along here. Everybody, please check out that link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. And of course, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. So Paintwater, I hope that all the streams have been going really, really well. I'm sure that they have. Now I'm going to go with my bigger brush for that. I'll go with this here and some of our green. Yeah, mix up some of that. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that, Recoil. Thank you so much. Thanks, Paintwater. Yeah, I was showing off this port city that I printed out. I also have to print out basically the pirate version of the port city. So thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. It's very handy because, well, now we can get some more of those files from Nerickson and, well, maybe some more of these Eldar crazy-ish type ships. So thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me get a little further here. Sure. Ooh, almost forgot these. Almost forgot these. Let's get to them. You know what? I should get some of my Perline Black in there. Make them a little bit of a cooler green, perhaps. There we go. I mean, not super light, but just we need a little something on there. A little bit more of that cooler green. And again, Rico, if you wanted to share, I know it's been a little bit there. If you wanted to share links to the Rangers that you've been painting on stream and such, again, please go ahead, do that. Nah, we should save. We'll do that with a cooler grayish. I don't know. Let me try some of there we go. I think we got it. I think we have it now. Let's get the tops of these shields for sure here. And like I was saying earlier, I printed out some of these on the resin style printer now. Yeah, they look very different, the actual files of these, than what he printed out. This is sort of the Cliff Notes version right here. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link with the the Rangers that Recoil was painting, and then please give Recoil 13 a follow while you're at it. Yes, go do that. Which way? Oh, fine, we'll roll this way with the light there on the top of that shield. Here we go. Yeah, some more of this. Lighter there. Lighter there. We're just using our craft brush here. That's it. That's all that is, just a craft brush. Now that's definitely got more of the cooler green on it there. So yeah, paint water. Here is the. I think we've got this lined up here. Yep, there it is. So this is our port city of Dol Amroth. This piece just finished printing, or at least it should be done. So yeah, that's that is the whole thing, and that's a 4-story lighthouse there, and these are all 2-story buildings right here. That's even a boat right there. It's a frame for a boat. Yeah, that's wow. Let me see. I'm just gonna double check here and see if this is done. And hopefully that is the last piece. Yes, it is. That is a great success. There we go. So that is the last piece. And we have a success. So good to go. All right. I thought a few days ago that I printed up all the pieces. And then I started laying it out and I went, well, unfortunately, they don't have a really good sort of PDF that shows all the pieces. Like Conquest, if he has a 10, 15, whatever part building, you can see where all the different parts are supposed to go. Yeah, this not so much. So I basically had to really struggle and figure out, okay, just kind of keep moving things around because some of the pieces are really odd. The shapes are very strange. Oh yeah, by the way, we're using our blending brush here. Just throwing that out there. Alright, see how quick that happens? Yeah. There. A little bit lighter in there. Again, blending brush. That took a few seconds, right, to do all that. I mean, that's all kidding aside. I mean, that is how something like this gets painted in a matter of 4.5, 5 hours or something like that. Otherwise, not so much. Hey, there's surface tension. Yes, Armada Mondays. It's our Mega Armada Mondays. Surface tension, of course. Surface tension. You want to share any links in the chat? Please go ahead and do that too. Going over onto this side, do the same deal here. Try that this way. There we go. Boom. And of course the attack of the bots continues, although at least I know now it's not just here, it's everywhere. Those things are just hitting everybody. And of course, now thanks Armo, appreciate that. Now everybody can also head over to Armored Wolf Productions on Etsy. And of course, if you want to make sure the Armored Wolf does not have any time at all for doing things like killing bots, go over to Armored Wolf's Etsy page and get lots and lots and lots of those fantastic leather handmade goods there. Obviously, dice bags. We talk about the dice bags all the time, but maybe look at journal covers and barrettes and some of the other fabulous things. And again, that's on Armored Wolf Productions. Well, Crushed Glass Snow, too, which we'll be utilizing again on all of our Angmar stuff. A little bit more of this here again on the portals. Now we gotta get some more of our rust over here. And this clever little thing, right, to put this break right here, because it made it a whole lot easier to just glue this baby together. Like so, and you're gonna get a chance, kind of an opportunity to see the scale of that, right? Because that's a 25 mil base right there. Now, obviously, when the mast and the rigging are on there, that maybe does cut down on a little bit of space. It certainly cuts down a little bit on the access there. So actually, that's it's for another mast well, obviously for a jib right here, recoil. So yeah, that's actually here's the back of it here. So it's another one of the oh gosh, not the dowel rods. Yes, yeah, a little dowel rod goes through there, and it gets out to about there-ish or so. So it's funny you should mention that recoil, because I was just reflexively painting that as metal, and then I realized no, that's supposed to be wood. And it's funny, when you type that in, I was just thinking that only a matter of minutes before then. So yeah, recoil. I may be sending you some messages. So let's just put it this way, with some strong metaphors in there, depending on how interesting it is to get this thing rigged up. I mean, again, maybe it's going to be really simple. I mean, again, I'm not actually physically trying to do rat lines or anything like that. Basically, I think the way they showed it is you just have 3 lines come up here. They sort of tie off to the mat, and then they just basically come down here, or something like that. Well, we'll see how that all goes. Again, I won't know till I start trying to tie those things off. But wish me luck there, recoil. Again, I have a feeling it will get interesting, because the video from whatchamacallit, from Printable Scenery, it doesn't show this specific ship. It's another ship. So we'll see if we can adapt that. And well, just like that first one that we painted, right? This one's going way faster, because we kind of learned what is what and how we want to paint certain things. I would imagine it'll be the same thing there. There's going to be a learning curve. Again, you can see we're starting to get into some of our metals here. Remember, we have our whole stern section that we'll be working on as well. I'll probably go refresh the ration, the rum ration, before we go back to the stern there. Actually, surface tension. Oh my goodness! Right, Michael? It was open mic night at the Wampelville Comedy Club. Holy smokes! They were coming fast and furious. Surface tension. We even had accidental ones. So you'll love this surface tension when Valfera, he wanted to type in Rohan ship. It was supposed to be, well, you set it on fire, it'll be like a Rohan ship, but the autocorrect changed it to Rohan, as in Rowhan. So I actually thought that was intentional, and I thought, oh, that's a fantastic one there, Velfira. But we had to give an assist to the autocorrect on that one. So, Nurgle Matthew, thanks again. Appreciate you being here, Nurgle Matthew. I know you've been here since, I think pretty much since the beginning, right? As usual. Now I'm going to lighten that up a little more. Did we do these already? We did those already. So you can see now we've lightened that up a little bit. Try and hit this again. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of the more thinner in there. There we go. Oh, look where we're holding this brush. And by the way, that's about a 27-cent craft brush that we were already using for doing stuff like our pin line washes with. So this is not a pristine one by any stretch of the imagination. Look, you can see that's heavy gloss gel. Well, now maybe you can see it there. So surface tension's trying to drop down. Surface tension coming in hot. Trying to go for a threefer right there on the puns. Oh, hey, surface tension, did you share your link yet? Let's try this. Here we go. Yeah, a little bit of the lighter stuff on here. Whoa, geez, we gotta go definitely lighter over there. So, okay, 2 fingers on the brush, holding it practically at the end to be able to do this. Again, with a 27-cent craft brush. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that, maybe there's something to this whole craft brush thing here. That's fantastic surface tension. Let me see if we can lighten this up here. Now I'm gonna go like this maybe. What are we looking at here? Yeah, that's okay. And now we're just gonna get a little bit of what's gonna look like some sneaky little weathering whatever on there. Doesn't have to be fancy. So again, as a programming note, on Saturday the 28th, we're supposed to be doing that block party thing here. So I won't be streaming on the 28th. So we will do a substitute Saturday, most likely on that Sunday. So we'll have to combine, gee whiz, we're going to have to combine our college football report, our Aussie football report, the NFL report, and of course the White Sox quest for futility. All of a sudden, not fighting so hard to get that worst record in history. That's fantastic. That's fantastic surface tension. What do we got here? Let's get some of this going. There. Yep, let's gotta do these shields here. And it just kind of gives a little sense of maybe there's some weathering on there or something. Let's see if I can do, yeah, that's set enough. I'm going to try and do the lightest rust here maybe. Now this is one of our really beat up liner brushes. One that has certainly seen better days, but it's still really good for this, maintaining at least some measure of control over our pin line wash here. Yeah, we don't want to go too crazy with the lightest rust here. But you can see that's worked its way in there, some of those little crevices. Of course, the oils are very, 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 very efficient at filling in these layer lines here. Now, we did remember take our Liquitex spray cans and hit these. That massive port city that you see, that's something that I'm going to tomorrow, hopefully, take the spray cans to. That is going to be fairly epic and massive. So I'm glad that you were able to get all that dialed in there, surface tension. Yeah, not too much of the lightest rust color. I also got my blending brush here. See, that kind of works. Let's work that in here. Yep. There, okay. We're good there. We need some of that up here. Okay. Did I do some of that? No, let me look at my Das Boot here and see. I like the, okay, alright, we can go a little later on the whole planks. We can do that. Yeah, there was a couple of times surface tension where I just basically took some thinner and wiped the shield clean and just started up again. A clean slate, so to speak. Now, actually, is this that's the beat up brush. We don't want the beat up one. We need this one here. There we go. And now we'll try and get some of our, pick out a few little areas of the planks here. There we go. 2 hours 32 minutes ago, huge surprise, there was no paint on this at all. Aside from that little bit that I just sprayed on there real quick. And again, this is, I didn't actually print this one out, so you can see that's definitely not the black, flat black PLA. May get this here. Again, some more of our lighter colors on the top of these panels. I just took some of the ice blue and some of the Mars yellow deep. Like this. There. We swabbed it really good, didn't we, Rico? Swabbed that deck right. Yeah. Again, where we got this brush? Caress the brush. Don't crush the brush. And of course, yeah, I've now that we have our little things of oranges, or as we call them, the anti-scurvy globes. We have something that our Corsairs can fight over. It'll almost be like our dun lendings and the burning of the pipeweed. Yeah, yeah, I think that did actually go Almost that light on the tops of some of the shields here. Okay. Didn't think so at first, but then I look at my other ship. Again, we did color test minis. Now we're doing color test ships. Got those good to go, and do the same on this side. Not quite that much there. No. Let's use this. It's a blending brush right there. Get these shields. Not too much of that light, but we do need something. Definitely on that side. Over here. And over there. Alright, now we're going to get to our stern section here. Because we got ourselves some free handy things on the shields that we have to do. So look at the difference here. In the whole section, and then of course look at the difference that the shields make. So let's get to those now. Surface tension, I was just thinking we have to have a Hobbit ship just filled with pipeweed, right? Surface tension, and that, oh my gosh, going down the Brandywine River. Of course, this would be the actual size of the Hobbit aircraft carrier right there. That is a 1-to-1 scale Hobbit aircraft carrier. Which, oh yeah, this, got to go back to our yellow here again. That would be the Mars Yellow Deep, and we go back to our sketchy mode here. Where's that going to go? Too much thinner. We back away from that. Okay. That goes all the way down to there. We need our interior diamond here. That's almost a little bit like our Harad symbol. And then this comes along this way here. Surface tension, you'll have to, if you don't mind. Oh, and by the way, the surface tension, those guys were looking really fabulous. Thanks for sending me the picture there. But if you don't mind sending me a reminder, Hobbit ship, old Tovey. I think that's pretty good, right? Yeah, just like the accountant, the shady accountant who has a ship called Offshore Accounts. Alright, we got that sketched out. This one. Here, so that is going to be right there. You know, I think I'll do this part first, and then we'll work off of that. So thanks, surface tension. Yeah, that'll be very fun. I mean, it literally would be not much bigger than a rowboat, pretty much. That comes down like so. And then we've got our 4 little stars here. I think. Nope, 5. And of course the fabulous holders that we're using. These are from Battlecraft Supplies. I just hot glued the thing to the holder here. It's very easy to just pop it right off of there. Alright, let's do the same now on the other side. Yeah, I'm just imagining all kinds of freaky little things, right, that they could do around the weed technology to power ships. Everybody on board is, shall we say, somewhat compromised by the pipe weed, and it's very easy to get them to believe that there's a big old sea monster chasing the ship or something like that. That's one way to get hobbits to roll like crazy. And here again. So that, oh, we also have these. That's right, there's 2 stars up here. Better get this on the other one so I don't forget. That's yeah. Well, we just like what's his name, Gallagher, right? He smashes the pumpkins once per game. Uh, I'm guessing that if hobbits had cannon technology, one of the things they would certainly be utilizing is grape shot. Now let's get the, yeah, same thing over here. Is this? I think this is the right one. That is the right one. And that goes up to here and down. So yeah, in the Fellowship movie, Gandalf and Bilbo are having a little smoke ring blowing contest, and Gandalf does blow a smoke ship, and that was like a three-masted ship too, which is interesting because it was a type and rigging that they didn't have in that era. A little bit more of our, yeah, there we go. Definitely with actual grapes because they would get right in their eyes, wouldn't they? Recoil. They would get right in their eyes. They couldn't see anything. Again, we need our 5 little stars along here. Okay, we'll come back with their darker color and clean that up after we do our orange stuff. And then we'll come back with the latest yellow and so on and so forth. Then we do all of our rust. And then we start doing some back into some of the latest work on the freehand designs here. All right, now back to our orange. Not the latest orange. I think that goes right to where the railing is here. And see how we can use this almost like it's a very teensy tiny filbert brush there. And showing it, yeah, we have this one going all the way down here, down the center. And then back around. How many you got? 2 more of these on each side. Oh, there's a lot of thinner right there. That is a bunch of thinner. Not so much that it's a pin line wash, but boy, that's quite a bit of thinner on there. But you can see how it makes it very easy to sketch that out. Also, too, what's the other thing? You can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. thinning them and diluting them. Two very, very different things, not the same. What do we got going back? Oh, so it's just the, you know what, I'm going to say that is also orange there. Same on this side. Like that, and this bit here. Hit this one. Yeah, so I'm just going to take this brush and look at that. It's a tiny little liner brush. It only took a few brush strokes to just cover that whole thing, didn't it? Over here. And then down again. This way. Down. This way. And over. I think we got our oranges there. So, speaking of oranges, I'm going to actually now gear up that darker rust color once again. Let me see, asphaltum, right? More of our thinner in there. Okay. I think we're good to go. There. Doesn't take much. At the top of this. Oh yeah, these things. Almost forgot these guys. I don't think it was from Epic Miniatures that had the orc ship, and it would have been very interesting, that's for sure. I'll just get that at some other time. Really not seeing that the orcs of Middle Earth is having a whole lot of seamanship there. We might just stick with, say, and even the Easterlings. Well, those ships probably wouldn't be in the Sundering Sea or whatever, but they would certainly be on the Sea of Ruin. So, and that's again about this, at least the size of the Caspian Sea. Maybe not the size of the Black Sea, but for certainly the size of the Caspian Sea. Little more the asphaltum. Oh, that's right. We wanted to make sure that we get our whatchamacallit, the verdigris. I almost said filigree. It is filigree, but it's filigree with verdigris. Still with our somewhat darker rust color here. Let's get this, get the starboard side over here. Yeah, this whole deal here, and then as this sets, we come in with our lighter. No, we correct with all of our darker colors there. Then we come back in with the lighter yellows, and then whatever we need with the oranges. Same thing. Again, a little bit of asphaltum to make sure that rust doesn't get too light too quickly. And we still have to do this in more of a pin line washing fashion because, well, we already have the wet paint here. The Elite. Now, what were some of the orc ships that we had for Armada? Yeah, there we go. There's a couple. There's three of them right there. So yeah, it was the orc ships for Mantic's Armada. Yeah, we'll let that go up a little bit further. And yep, more of our asphaltum into that again. And looking to do the darker rust, and then very easy to do the little streaks there, right? Where are we at? So 2 hours, 51 minutes ago. Our entire Corsair ship here was a paint-free object. There was no color on there. So yeah, we painted those up on stream. Those were some of the very first Armada ships that we painted on stream here. It was Orcs and Basileans. Those are the first two fleets, yeah, that Mantic came out with back in the day. And of course, you can see those. All you have to do is, for folks that say, "Wait a minute, I haven't seen any of the Armada stuff," you can go back and check them all out. They're all saved as highlights. Kind of like a YouTube channel, just no advertisements. Trying to get some rust over here on these elements. Hey there, Ingones, how you doing? Happy Tuesday, Ingones. Get this here. Oh, so Thranio, I don't know if you're already at work. I am hoping maybe during this week to do the basing video for the Skaven series. Now that we have at least a Lizardman basing episode, we did that one. Yeah, this is the advantage of these things. I can literally hold this thing upside down if need be. It is hot glued to this thing right here, so it's not going anywhere until I take my little, well, I could either use actually I ended up using one of the scrapers that I'm not using for the 3D printers. Be able to sneak that under there and pop that thing right off of there. So great to see you again there, Ingones. I hope that your week is off to a good start, or at least a quiet start, because I think that's about the best we can hope for, right, for weekdays, is to not have too much Monday. Now let's get back to our shields here, and we're going to get back to that Van Dyke Brown and just do some more cleanup like we did on the other ones. Just going to break down some of that Van Dyke Brown. And again, we're just going to tighten up some of these edges right here, and maybe again shift something. Say, you know what, we're going to move that about a 1/16 of an inch here, 32nd of an inch there, whatever. That really is what makes them just so handy. Or in the case of, I think on our bow section, that was a couple times I just erased them entirely and did it again. Recoil, boy, oh boy, I only ever had a chance to play it when it was in its very infancy, its early days. Uh, I had found a whole bunch of Armada gameplay videos, and I had almost seen enough of them. At least I kind of had a general idea how to play the game. Really, nothing as far as any kind of genuine tactical knowledge or whatever. But boy, it's been a long time since I first tried playing King. I mean, it was basically, I think it was either the first edition of that, or this maybe this early second. I think it was the first. Yeah, and well, obviously because I had my Tomb Kings, which were then gone, right, because of Sigmar. So we were trying to use those as an Empire of Dust army. We'll see you later there, Surface Tension. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that, and I hope that work is a great day. Thanks for shooting the message there. That remind, because that was a fantastic pun there, right? Or that name for that ship that cannot go wasted, right? We cannot waste that due to my bad memory. So thanks for sending that. Okay, now we will do the same on the other side, and then we'll get into our later stuff there. Okay, a little bit of correcting here, just sharpen up some of those lines. See, like down here, the end of that becomes sharper down here. We actually have a little bit of an orange tinge to this because remember we just kind of wiped this away. So see that, look at the orange tinge, now that goes away. So see you later, there's surface tension. And again, hopefully we see you on, well, your Friday, my Thursday. Yeah, see, this all kinds of things need to be changed up right here. All kinds of cleanup going on there. Because that doesn't go there. Rico, of course, what's nice is you can really do maybe some more exotic colors there. And now I was also just imagining, what kind of basing stuff that you can do on that, right? Of course, as it gets to be fall here, I was trying to explain to the neighbors what our leaf cutters are from Green Stuff World. That was very difficult to say the least, like a leaf cutter, because well, there's just a sudden rapid change of color on the leaves here. There's a whole bunch of maple leaves here that all suddenly turn super red. Yeah, we're gonna sharpen up that. Up here too. I think we did this side already. Yeah, we did do that side already. Okay, now let's get our lighter yellow and no. Let's give it a few more minutes. So I also want to get all of our planks more clearly defined here. And I guess, that's the other thing fun too, Recoil, is that you get to really try some pretty wild skin tones. I mean, it's a demon, right? Well, I mean, here's one. All right, we do all kinds of crazy stuff to that. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting that on the Instagrams there, we did. I was able to post some pictures of just a few of the busts that we painted as part of our pledge level on the Patreon page. Yes, that's wasn't all that long ago. We added painting busts to the Patreon page. Now here we go. It'll be quite the different feel than the Rangers, right? Recoil going from something that's hyper realistic to something that is hyper fantastical. And sometimes that's actually a really good idea, because then sometimes your very hyper fantasy type ideas end up with a little extra shade of believability to them. And all of a sudden, that's it can almost make the demon a little more scary when there actually is some measure of, again, that believability to it. Because if it's all just fantastical, your brain just kind of says, okay, yeah, that's really cool. It's very fantastic. It's a whole nother thing when your brain could almost see that thing being a potential actual object. Yeah, we'll try and mess with this here a little bit. Yeah, let's see what we can put in there. We also have to get that filigree stuff going. That will be with the perline black in here. Again, I'm just kind of waiting a little bit on what we did there with the brown cleanup around some of the edges there to have a chance to set. It's not going to dry. It will be mostly dry by tomorrow, though. 100% dry, maybe not. Maybe not in some areas, but in a lot of areas it will actually be pretty much completely dry. You're feeling like those are much more defined edges now too. What's happening along these lines right here? Okay. Back along here. And, oops, and there. Along here. So yeah, we're getting that pretty well taken care of now. Then we can come back and do some of those lighter panels like we did on the bow section. Here's our section. So 3 hours ago, again, no paint on any of that. I think now, yeah, that's definitely looking very much less shiny there. So I think we can start to get at it with our lighter yellow here. Kind of getting that active again. Not too thin, of course. Can you see what we're doing? Yeah. So again, that is not our lightest yellow, but I can only do so much. I gotta come back here, gotta refresh that brush, because it is gonna start picking up some of that darker brown that's there. Also here. Get that. And do something vaguely star-shaped there. And then last thing would be our final round of that lightest yellow. That's again, the edges on that much finer. Oh, too much paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. So a big old blob on the end of that brush. For our little diamond shaped design here. And then we'll turn this around, do the port side. Then go back and to the back of the stern over here, and we'll get some of our sort of terracotta color on there, and that will help to set up the verdigris. The verdigris will most likely be the perlene black, that really dark green, mixed with some of the probably radiant green. Either that or ice blue, one of those. More of our diamond shape right here. And there we are. Let's hit this thing. This one up here with their yellow, and then they can come back with that lightest orange. Thank you so much, Krabby Kelly. Appreciate that. So once again, where's the other ship that's actually intact? No sails. But again, there's some structural issues here. Like I'm just looking at this. Yeah, I don't think we. I think we're kind of like missing some part of it. Maybe there's something supposed to go over here. Maybe it's just the pipe weed. Makes me crazy. Thank you so much for that follow, Krabby Kelly. Did mention the pipe weed. What's that? What's that going to do here? Gotta get this roll going here. Uh-oh. See that? He mentioned pipe weed. And poof. No, pipe weed should not be mentioned in that, Gandalf. Don't talk about the pipe weed. So thank you so much for the follow, Krabby Kelly. Appreciate that. It does continue to get us closer to, well, that would be pretty... I think we would have to do a hype train should we ever get to that... so we're at 89.15. So I think, what is that? So we only need 85 more to reach a number that I wasn't, well, 4.5 years ago, wasn't quite so sure. We get there, well, not quite 4.5. Actually, was it 4 years, 5 months? Yeah, something like that. Well, technically 4.5, because we really did start streaming in March of 2020. And the affiliate thing that happened basically mid-ish April, I think, something like that. Now I'm gonna get to the, yeah, let's get to our not metals over here. Let's do that. Just gonna get some of this. Well, we've got an awful lot of the yellow, wow, look at all that Mars yellow deep in there. Holy smokes. Now it's more of our blue. Again, that's our Payne's gray, which we're kind of using as an indigo here. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to go over some of that. Now, here's another plate. Let me look at the ship from last. Okay. All right. So nope, Elite. Actually, that was the very first thing we did was do the glazy stuff. We can see, all you can see is a little tiny bit of it left in there. But remember, we hit these with the spray cans, that Liquitex acrylic paint, and we just let that do sort of a very, 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 very generic. Just throw in some lighter mid-tones on there. Okay, then we hit it with those with the darker, essentially pre-glaze. Except I don't think I even wiped it away. Yeah, I don't think I even wiped it away on here. A little more right there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Busto. Busto Jones. That is very much appreciated. You shall not, I would say you shall not pass, but I think you're going to sink before you can get past me. Also, too, I didn't know they had ships in Moria. Thank you so much. Now, of course, he did not mention a certain thing. So let's see what happens on this. Thank you so much, Busto. I appreciate that. Ah, there we go. So back to a more standard average 3 or 4. There we go. So again, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Busto Jones. Because, yeah, the other one, I think I might have even done a little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff and then done the glazy stuff. I will be super curious to see when I print up one of these, is it going to have a lot less of the crazy layer lineage than these. Again, I just these first few ships here, I got these from Etsy because I did not have the Bamboo X1 yet. So that was the only way I could get 3D printed terrain. In some ways it worked out okay because, say, Elrond's Palace and some of that really giant stuff that I'm going to be using for Lothlorien, yeah, just I think it's better that I saved myself the time and the filament and just had someone else do those so that I could kind of focus more on these type of things. Because, yeah, I'd still be trying to print out just Elrond's Palace because that thing is massive. It's like a 3-story building. It is gargantuan. And more of this here. And thank you so much for getting us a little bit closer. A little bit closer to that follower goal. I mean, there's no fabulous prizes for that. It's just it's neat. It's been a while since we got to our 8K. No, we didn't do. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just. Fine, I'll keep using the not radiant indigo. How much later do we have that? Okay, good. I still do have my blending brush around here somewhere. There it is. So again, you can see it's kind of a. You can see the edges on that until we do a little tap, tap, tap there. And then all the edges are gone. Elite, that it's so I know we mentioned it several times on the stream, and we kind of talk about other times too. But boy, it is so important, right, to have it just be different shades of gray, right, instead of just brown. Because really, I mean, we think of wood as brown only because the wood that's in our houses has been finished to a high degree, and it's got stain on it, and that kind of gives you the thing, oh yeah, it's wood is just brown. It's always this shade of brown. No, really, it's usually not, right? It's usually something else. So thanks again, Busto. Now here you can see we've got there's some yellows in there, right? We've got some greenish tones in there. And it's still really wild to see with the two halves together. We'll be able to get a fair amount of crew onto the ship. Oh, and by the way, the actual file of this, there's multiple decks on this. Yeah, well, like I guess basically, not in the forecastle, but on the stern section here again, I think there is actually a second deck there. So I'll certainly be printing that out. That's again why I'm looking forward to painting this, because you might be seeing me paint up an interior on this. So again, see how we're kind of making it look like there's streaks there by not actually painting streaks there. So thank you so much, Busto. Appreciate that. And I hope that your Tuesday is fantabulous. Well, it's 1:35 in the morning. For some reason, I was thinking it was only a little after midnight. Yeah, let's go. And also, too, I might want to. Let's not forget about our Prussian blue. I would like that here, right, where the water would be reflecting. I mean, we did the same thing even here on our teeny tiny little 1/1800 scale ships. It is still hilarious to see those two compared to each other. So I do think that the next Armada Monday, if it's possible, I'll either be painting that one Elven ship or, well, I'll be painting it as an Easterling ship. Of course, printing goes ever on intended to be a Corsair ship, but it's basically a Chinese junk. And if we have painted up all of our Easterling terrain to, well, look like this, then it makes sense, right, to, I think, have that as an Easterling ship. And again, that'll be for patrolling the Sea of Rune. And again, my guess would be that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think it's probably bigger than Lake Superior. And heck, there's even the Sea of Golgoroth, if I remember right. Yeah, there's a Sea of Golgoroth. So, so there you go, orc ships on the Sea of Golgoroth. Heck, I was more thinking about orc ships on the Anduin or something like that, or yes, yeah, fine. I'll work a little bit more of this pier on this ladder. And well, look at look how dark the end of that brush is there. Look at that. Remember that glaze we were talking about just a second ago, Elite? That's what you're seeing right there. You are definitely seeing that glaze getting onto that brush. So again, it looks like it's dry, but oh boy, it certainly is not. Now let me take some of this and some of this. We'll go over here and then we'll start thinking about some of our verdigris on that. No, 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 not more green. Not more green. Let me try this. Yikes, too much thinner. Let me get rid of some of that. Well, if we're doing this, we're going to have to wait a little while then to do our verdigris. I mean, it's no big deal. That's the whole point of these things, right? Is to be able to kind of bounce around to a different area. Right? I mean, that's why there's literally two halves of this ship. We have other things that we can work on. We have plenty of other things we can do while we wait for that to set a little bit more. And you'll be able to tell that it's set because it just won't have that sort of freshly applied shiny to it anymore. And if this gets too light, I guess we're not going to show up very much, our verdigris. So we have to be really aware of that. Very much aware. Okay, let's step away from that. There's no more fooling around with that. We should really develop these some more. As you can see, and of course, we actually got some greens in there too. Set my finger over here and let's start doing some stuff on these railings here. This is a 20, well, depending on what maybe sales tax is in your area, but this is just a 27-cent craft brush here. That's it. Yeah, nothing but the best here when it comes to brushes. But look at what that's able to do. And this thing, we've been using this for quite a bit of things, not just on this. It's seen some action prior to this too. Get that railing a little lighter in some spots. Let's always have our blending brush close by. Look at that. And of course our fabulous miniature holder here. Well, that would be from Battlecraft Supplies. Now they have not released STL files for these. You would have to get the printed version from their Etsy page. But there's just so many different ways you can put these things together and use them. They're very, very handy. I know that Sarge got a few. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a coupon code, and if it's just I think it's just Wapelius or something like that. If you use that, first of all, you save some money. The other thing is you'll get some extra little goodies in the order too. So just an extra added bonus for all of those in the Linseed Fellowship. Get a little bit more of the bluish color and some of that. Blending brush again. See the little scumbling action right there. Let's get these a little. And once again, just got a very light grip on that brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. And again, we will just do our little blending brush trick there. Wow, that is a really dark color that I just put on there, and it looks super light. That's how effective we were at that pinline wash stuff that we did to make things darker. Yeah, that was pretty effective because this really dark color looks incredibly light on here. Let's get this a little lighter here, and then we gotta do something on this too. Yeah, that's not really here. Let me get back to some of my Prussian blue. This little sort of serpent shaped thing here. Now I got some of my fast matte white mixed in there. Get some of that out here. And a little more there. There we go. Yeah, 3.5 hours ago, all that was on here was that little teensy bit of the sprayed on paint, nothing else. All of the freehand stuff that we did, and we'll get to our lighter orange stuff. I'm just trying to get a little more of this essentially sort of mid-range-ish metal colors. Oh, we should get something on here. I think, oh, that's right, we need to put the glow inside of that window too. Portals here. Okay, I'm just going to use the side of the brush. Boom, got him. See, that looks like we have streaks there without having to paint any actual streaks there. Gotta not do that. That's again where our verdigris is gonna go. Starting to think about something a little lighter back here on the railing. Then I don't know about lighter rust on this. Might still have to do that. Might still have to get some later rust on this back railing here. Let's hit that a little more. That a little more. Okay. Now we'll let that have a chance to set, I think, and let's do our lighter orange on these shields. And this is that fabulous Puro orange, which is normally very, it's more on the translucent side, but when we actually paint it on here, it's opaque. It's weird. Very strange. Well, I guess that's why it's a Series 5. Again, that's just so much more, that is much more opaque than it really should be. It's just, that's why we recommend doing the color charts to really get a handle on not just what the colors look like, but how they handle. Because sometimes you get a little bit of a surprise. I think our blending, yeah, we better do a little bit of a clean on this here blending brush. So one sec. I mean, there's not a ton of paint on there, but it's got all kinds of grays and greens in there. So we do have to make sure that is as dry as possible. Okay, I think we got it pretty well dried out. Now, again, we got that hard line there. See, we do this little bit of tap, tap, tap stuff there. And you can see how that now has blended that. We're still going to go a little bit lighter with this orange yet. That's getting a little wider almost than I wanted. I think we just about stopped it in time. Do that over here. This thing, that we actually can reshape just a little bit, make it a little wider here in the middle. Now, first we'll do these. Now, if I do print up well, technically it would be a fourth one, because I think I actually have 3 of these printed up. If I can print out a 4th and 5th one or whatever, some of those I might also do the sails on them instead of, well, the way they're kind of designed to be is just with the rigging on them and no actual sails, but I think it'd be fun because we could paint some freehand on there. Again, with the tap, 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 and you can see it just fades all that very nicely. I might, oh, that's right, we still have to do our latest yellow yet also. Let me see what we can do with this. A little bit of our Indian yellow, and then this would be our latest orange right here. Oh, that's right, we have to do that on the bow section. Let's do that, and let's that set. All right, back to the bow here. Yeah, some of these guys a little later. We did the latest stuff on the yellow. Well, that's had a nice long time to set there, too. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Of course, if we brought out Treebeard now, that would not end well, because there's a little bit of wood there. Yeah, I don't think Treebeard would be none too happy about this situation here. Yes, I'm not sure he's really into semi-aquatic Ents. Oh, that here. Okay. Not too much of it on this, because then while our little all the yellow around the edge is not going to stand out very much. I do want some of this here by our Eye of Sauron. We don't. Okay, we're good with those. Now let's get this side. Same thing. And hopefully the, I don't know, 10-ish minutes or so that we're doing this gives the orange that we just did on the stern section a little more time to set. Sometimes 15 minutes, that might be all you need. Even when you want to do the plop and push method, sometimes you just plop that paint on there. Then maybe go somewhere else, work on some other part, then come back and kind of do that thing where you're trying to mesh the two colors together, whatever. Sometimes you just need to give it that little bit of time, especially if it's certain colors like, well, reds. Reds are just notorious for, you want to kind of do your next round of whatever on that red. It can be persnickety. So reds, you want to give those some time. With the army painting series, some of the other Patreon tutorials, especially army painting series, well, it works out okay because I get the red to a certain point, and well, then it's basically dry. And that was our latest series on the Cornish hens. Oh, I need to get a little scene of those guys, I think. Something lighter here. Yeah, a bit like that. Same with this side of the eye. Not too much on this little star here. We're just going to do that, and then we're going to take our blending brush here and just sort of push that around. See this little tap, tap, tap motion? Look at that. See, I just spread that out nicely. We got these little 4 things there. Now let me grab the stern section again. Now we'll, yeah, I could already tell that that does not have quite the shiny look that it did just moments ago. Hey, Hooty Hoot, holy smokes. Wow, Hooty Hoot, it's been a long time. How the heck are you doing? Happy Tuesday there. So Hooty Hoot, what has been going on there? I hope that you've been able to sort of keep up with the painting at least to some degree. But boy, Hooty Hoot, great to see you again. Everybody, please check out that YouTube link that Armored Wolf just posted. Thank you so much. And Bithron, holy smokes, hey Bithron, great to see you. So Bithron, hopefully you've been able to kind of slowly somehow kind of get back into the hobby state of mind there. I know it's not the easiest thing with work and everything else. I'm glad that you've been good there, Hooty Hoot. So Hooty Hoot, yeah, we've once I was able to get a hold of an FDM style printer, it really kind of changed everything. Been painting a lot of terrain on these streams. Also in the tutorial videos. So we're painting a 28 millimeter Corsair ship. Well, actually, this is our second one. I can show you the one that we painted last week. I still haven't had a chance to put the masts on there. I just kind of figured, well, maybe we won't do that right now because it's if it had the masts on there, it'd be really hard to do this. So this is the one we painted again last week, and what we'll be getting to is the verdigris here on the stern, and of course we've been painting up tons of Corsairs, plus lots of Farharad stuff as well. So, well, sorry there, Bitra. I know again, I know this is probably one of the longer periods where it's just been a little bit difficult to get that mojo going again. So, hooty hoot, what kind of stuff have you been able to paint there? And again, we've been painting all kinds of. There's our Corsairs. But we've been actually painting a whole bunch of terrain. Again, a lot of Easterling buildings that we painted. And here's some yurts for our Candish guys. We also have some more new yurts printed. So this is Printable Scenery makes this one right here. And I have a number of other ships from them that, well, again, depending on the size of them, we'll hopefully be able to maybe paint them on the stream here. As we also welcome in AD Creations. Hey there, AD. I'm glad that you were able to stream. I just figured that if you were able to stream, I don't know how long you streamed, it meant that things didn't get too crazy weather-wise there. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And of course, AD, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Well, same thing there, Hootie. If you wanted to share something that you're working on in the chat, that would be fabulous. So AD, yep, this is the second Corsair ship. Here was our first one, and you saw this one getting painted. Alright, so again, with all the freehands, the weathering and such, and it's interesting to really see just how sizable this is, right? I mean, we're going to be able to get a few guys on there. I think we could easily fit at least 9 comfortably on the stern, and then about 12 or so in there. That's good, 80, because I just kind of forgot how far inland you were or were not. And that thing really was supposed to kind of just hug the coast. So I was kind of hoping that you were a little bit further inland and that wouldn't be able to reach it too much. I wonder if those got brought over. I wonder if that actually happens, if those get brought over in rates. There's been a lot of those, that's for sure. So AD, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead, do that. So AD, I suggest on YouTube, Max Velocity. It's weird because literally he's in college. He's in college right now, and he is vastly better than anything that you're going to see on any of these so-called news networks or whatever. I mean, not only does he call it beforehand, but he calls it correctly. I mean, it's just, and the little children shall lead them, right? Yeah, Paintwater, let's see, I think Rottweiler was saying that there was just like 3 or 4 of them in just a matter of seconds that popped up. And, let's see, was it Next Level Painting stream? And they're all old school. So yeah, just check out Max Velocity, and he was on that thing, AD, that you're dealing with. He was talking about that a week and a half ago. It's to the point where it's like, when you mention that, I'm like, wow, that's old news. He had been talking about, and what was the hurricane that hit in the south there? He called that one, days before there was anything issued or anything like that. And it's weird, right, 80, because they're just the old school variety, like the ones that used to hit us about 4 years ago. We were harkening back to, say, Battlestar Galactica, where they had to basically everything had to be analog again. We're gonna have to do like analog streams again or something like that. So because that's what the bots are going back to. They're going back to analog. And they're like, get these guys over here a little bit more of our light stuff, and that's why Armored Wolf is bestest moderator on the Twitches there, which is why everybody needs to go over to Armored Wolf Productions, and we'll get everything. Because remember, we are contractually obligated to never allow Armored Wolf to sleep ever again. And we can't accomplish that if he doesn't have to replace all of the merchandise due to sales. So you have to go there, you got to buy everything. And that takes care of that whole malarkey of Armored Wolf getting sleep. No sleep in Wampleville. None of that nonsense. I'm gonna get me a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown on there. We have to do this like we did with the other shields. So AD again, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. As we take our magical little blending brush here to do the stuffs, we are using oil paint, traditional oil paint. Williamsburg, Winsor Newton, and Gamlin are the big three, although it's getting to be a big four as we use more and more of the Richardson. Remember our fabulous oranges there. That's the Puro orange from Williamsburg. So yeah, that's right. Those are really fantastic dice, and you both got some, right? Right, AD? Yeah, I think both of you got some. So for everybody that's buying those really, really, really snazzy dice, be like Recoil and say, you know what? Yeah, maybe we'll head on over to Armored Wolf Productions, and we're going to get ourselves some super fabulous dice bags. Yeah, so I have those gorgeous dice sitting there in a baggie or something. I hope that's not too much of our. Okay, let's let's get a little bit of our. There we go. Some Mars Yellow Deep. There. Okay, there we go. That was almost a little too much green. So everybody, please check out that link that AD just shared, and of course, please give AD Creations a follow. That would be great. That would be very nice. Yeah, I can imagine AD that kind of have that nice heavier feel. I mean, not like absurdly heavy, but a nice heavy feel to them instead of like the usual more kind of resin plastic dice, whatever. Working again some of our other colors in here into some of the boards and planks. I think now we might be able to think about a little bit of verdigris over here. I'm looking over here at my Perlene black and the radiant green. So here we are. Let's try this. Now AD, where you're working on some more of the nids there with that. Actually, I'm looking at this, and this is making me thinking of your color scheme there. You got the reddish browns going, the hash browns. Who doesn't like hash browns? Thanks, AD. AD, I think I sent you a picture of that giant port city, of which now when we did a little double check, and yes, the last piece is successfully printed, and that is going to easily cover a 4x4 table, which essentially is the size of MESBG, unless in the new edition they decide to change that, because it could happen. Stranger things have happened, right, Bitron? See that getting some verdigris in there. Maybe even a little bit doing that. Why not? Yeah, what the heck. Yeah, I remember AD, your title said, well, because you weren't quite sure, how things were going to go down. So you're like, well, we'll just try doing this, and if nothing too crazy happens, we'll just keep on going. I don't know if this was a frog kind of a night then with all of that going on. Not like the other, what was that, 3 weeks ago or so, where the frogs were going absolutely bonkers. So again, just getting some of these lighter planks working here. This is just the Mars Yellow Deep and a little bit of the Ice Blue. Not too bonkers with this though. Now again, I've been printing out. I printed out this, printed out these guys. So yeah, we're not gonna be using these. I am so glad, because that would have been a nightmare trying to paint something like that. Yeah, that's not something that FDM does well, and that's something that the resin printer does just fine with. And because otherwise, you can only have I think there's 2 ballistas per ship. Now we can print out, because they had more of those on the Corsair ships. So yes, we'll probably have at least 4 on each of these ships. I figured, yeah, I was gonna say if they really liked it before. I'm not sure where they all. Well, let's see. There's really not a whole lot of snow down there necessarily. And I think, let's see. I think I told you about the Nerixon stuff, AD. So we've got some of the Nerixon's STO files off of my mini factory, and they are essentially kind of hyper realistic, hyper artsy. They look much more like some of the resin casts that you see, say from Pegaso, Chimera, that sort of thing. So very, very, very happy about that. I think that's going to make for some really fantastic tutorials. Oh, that's got way too much thinner in there. We want to do lines, but not a pin line wash. And I think, okay, I think we just were able to get enough of the thinner out of there. Let me, yeah, I'm going to try and go even lighter up there. Now, let me look at my stern section, see just how light did we get. We can get later. Okay. Fine. Hey, Carrick, how you doing? This is a new ship. Oh, let me see. 3 hours and 49 minutes ago, there was no paint on any of this. It was a brand new ship that we started painting again under 4 hours ago, because that's how we roll here. So, Carrick, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Tuesday. A little more thinner in that, maybe. Let's try this here. And we'll have to get some of our lighter rust on here as well. Blending brush. Yeah, I'll just stick with this one. Again, see, we do a little tap, 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 and it lightens it up very nicely. So, yeah, that ship, I think that was probably about a 5-ish hour stream. On the other ship, and like I was just saying a little bit ago, I was on the resin printer. I printed out some of the extra little doodads for these ships, like the wheel, the ballistas, uh, little rope coils. So coils of ropes, even little buckets. Also some things of oranges, or as we like to call them, anti-scurvy globes. I will hopefully be printing out well, the printing goes ever on version of the Corsair ships, which we are going to use as Easterling ships, because Easterlings. Blending brush here. Hey there, Kate. How you doing? Everybody, please give Kate Great the follow. So, Kate, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right on ahead. Let's hit this. There we go. A bit lighter up here. And it's really wild to see, again, even without the masts and rigging, to actually see this together with a miniature on it. And we did get this from the Amazons here. And this is going to be just perfect. Ah, there we go. Now you can see it. So that's going to be absolutely perfect. It's a perfect size, the perfect color, and it is that kind of plastic stuff, so I think I can melt the edges of it. Hey there, Landrast. Thanks, Landrast. Appreciate that. So Landrast, yep, the last piece is all printed now. So tomorrow we take there's the last piece right there, and that is going into this spot right over here. So yeah, right where that is, that's where that one piece goes. Here's all those crates and barrels, and again, these are 2-story buildings here. And that tower, 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically, it's 5 levels high. And this is that really big Easterling building over here. And oh, look at that. There's another boat in there. This crane is probably at least about 8, 9 inches high. And then look, there's some other little small boats right there. So that is our port city of Do Amroth in the Bay of Belfalas. Oh yeah, let's get a little bit later on this here too. Let's hit this as well. Yeah. Did we get? We did get pretty light on this side. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm still pretty convinced that some of these areas where we have some really weird spiraling layer lines, that we will not have those when we print these out on the bamboo. And oh, the other thing too, again, there is a second level to this ship. There's multiple levels to this. So when I print this out, I'm going to try and do the separate levels. It'll give us even more chance for wild and crazy SPG gameplay opportunities on these ships. And I did get a couple of more ships. I got a Phoenician style ship and a Viking style ship. I figure we can try and maybe convert those up a little bit. And I think I got myself from Hartolia Miniatures a few other sort of Chinese themed ships, so that we can Again, maybe have, well, we could technically have dwarf ships and Easterling ships fighting it out. Now, of course, oh, that's what well, I haven't looked up turtle ships, but now I always kind of thought of those as more of a lizard man type thing, but maybe some turtle ships for the dwarves. Well, that would be very appropriate, kind of a Korean style turtle ships versus Chinese junks. A little bit more of a lighter metal on some of this here. And of course, Kate, if you want to share anything in the chat, things that you've been working on stream, please go ahead. And again, please everybody give Kate Creates a follow. Yeah, I also printed out one of these. I kind of again wish that I had a chance to print those out before I did this, but we're going to be doing more of these. This is quite literally our, just like we were doing our big Easterling terrain board. Well, all of these Corsair ships is in effect their same thing. It's their terrain board. Because, I mean, what point is it playing games without terrain, right? Now, let me see if I can't take some of this and do some, say, ultra dark rust over here or something like that, or whatever, in a couple of these areas here. Let me see what we got. That might be too, maybe not, maybe not. So everybody please check out that Discord link that Cake Crates just shared. And again, please give Cake Crates a follow. Yeah, we'll leave that alone. Hit these again with some of this darker stuff here. Some of the Van Dyke Brown, some of the asphaltum together. Loading up here for a little bit of dark along that. Blending brush, that stuff. We'll hit this verdigris again, maybe with some of our lighter stuff. I don't know. We'll see what we're going to do with our verdigris there. But first, let me look at this and see how light do we go with the... you know, we could get a little bit lighter with our rust there. Now, so yeah, Landress, I'll have to see if I want to actually try to maybe glue some parts of that port city together. I don't think, well, we can't do the whole thing, but there might be some bit like the ground pieces. I might have to just glue some of those together because I could just see, you know, you bump into something and all of a sudden everything starts to separate. The one thing about that port city is all the little sort of lampposts that are on there. Those, well, it's kind of easy to snap those, as you might imagine. That's kind of the one little tricksy thing about it, for sure. Landris, I'm wondering now. I'll see sometime. I'm guessing that that's what you're supposed to do. Shove some filament in there, which is weird because. Oh, okay. So that's a. I could swear on one of these it doesn't actually have that filament hole there. But yeah, that thing does not have any holes or whatever. Actually, Landrast, I gotta say, I kind of like the clip system that Conquest Creations uses. I know other folks maybe are not that enamored with it, but I kind of actually like that Conquest Creations system. It really it kind of stays together. Now, of course, his terrain tends to be on the bulkier side, so that's why those clips kind of work reasonably well with his stuff. Again, doing some lighter rusty things here. Where's my blendy brush? It's a highly technical term that you can use. Well, then the next thing is, do we also do object source lighting on all of those? So in effect, so it's a long way to scroll up here, but let's do this. I believe it is this one. No, it's that one. There we go. So again, that's the oil painting I did when I was 13. But all of these lampposts, yeah, imagine that's kind of what this thing is like. It's got that many lampposts in it. Now, of course, we could cut those things off, right, and try and stick the those little LED lights on there. Now, there's that too. Landrest, well, thanks, Landrest. I really, at some point, I want to try to. I don't think I want to do it as at 5x7, but now that I have some bigger, well, I have some much bigger pieces of board, I would like to try to do that. I might be able to fit, say, an 8.5x11 on camera here. If I can fit this on here, I might just be able to squeeze that. Either that, or it would have to be somewhere in the, say, let's see. So instead of 5x7, no, I think I'm trying to think where we go with like a 7.5x10.25. The actual original painting Landrast is it's one of the bigger ones that I ever did. Now that you mention it, yeah, the original one, which is, I mean, I still have it. It's actually there's not even a frame for it. I think it's a masonite. Yeah, that thing had to be on masonite and not on a canvas. But there was a little bit of object source lighting on that, right? Get some of this Van Dyke brown over here with the asphaltum and such. Let me see what happens with this. Over here on the ship's wheel, there's just way too much light stuff on there. There we go. Sometimes, when in doubt, you make it darker. And that's kind of what we're doing there, is making it darker. And more of a darker. Let me get rid of that big old chunk of the Mars black that's on there. And that is a mostly towards the pin line wash side of things. It's not exactly. I mean, it's close. Ooh, you know what? Speaking of some of our Van Dyke brown here. There we are. I know there was a little something that I was missing like that. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing, too. Let me see at this. That was fairly, but yeah. The cabin light there, let me get that. What are we going to use? on that. I'll just roll with this thing here. Get some of the green out of that. But yeah, Landrest, I guess at some point I'll try to paint that stream on one of our flat Thursdays. Or paint that scene. Let me see if I can pull that orange down over on that. And now... Oof, okay. Well, we won't be using any more of that yellow. That's kind of toasted there. Trying to get some of the paint out of this brush here. I'm running out of paper towel stuff over here. Indian yellow. Some of that fast matte white there. And that better be real thick there, I think, to be able to stick on that. Yep, there we go. And now we'll just push that around with all of the orangey stuff that's there. Let's see, we are at the 4-hour mark. So again, 4 hours ago, this here ship had absolutely no paint on it at all, none whatsoever. No freehand on the shields, no rust, no metals, none of that. I think it's fair to say that this has gone faster than the other one, just because, well, we didn't have to make up what we were going to do on the shields. That was all kind of set for us this time around. How beat up is this? Not too bad. Just going to try and use it on a few bits of our metal stuff there. Where's my blending brush here again? Thanks, AD. I guess that's another reason why I kept thinking about the NIDs, right? Because there was all those really nifty, subtle types of browns in there. I mean, we literally have a yellow ochre panel essentially next to a greenish panel there. It's really, really fun to be able to kind of go from one board to the next. And here again, we're just going to plop that lighter color on there, and then we will just take Mr. Blending Brush and we will just push that around. So it happens quick, it happens easy. Yeah, I think on the other one, I wasn't even sure exactly, okay, which part of this should be metal or not. Now, actually, Landras, the essentially, it's almost kind of like a Basilean slash Empire type ship from Printable Scenery. I can't remember quite what they call it. I mean, it would be really neat to, again, it's got the gun ports on it. Now, I don't know, maybe the gun ports are closed. It could be a, nah, it wouldn't really be a Doema ship. So yeah, we'll just have to roll with that. Printing goes over on Elvin's ship. Of course, he's already done 2 ships. Who knows? Maybe he does a different one. Maybe we make sad puppy dog eyes and he does a straight up kind of more Gondorian ship. Yeah, definitely it would kind of make sense, right? 80 different broods or whatever, right? I don't know. Maybe go a little smidge in a couple of these. Here's your not too much. What's happening up there? That might, fine, we'll roll with it. Now, probably should do the same over here. Also there. Little snaky guy up here. Let me see if we can do a little more details on him somehow. And then this thing back here. Do we go lighter with the verdigris? Maybe not. Maybe I'll try to go later with some of this stuff. We will take this. We will mix it with our Terra Rosa here. Can you see it? Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm glad I'm doing this instead of, again, the lighter I try to go with the Terra Rosa, or the verdigris, we'll just kind of lose all shape everywhere else. Get the top of that a little later also. Yep, that's just about what we wanted there. Now, actually, AD, have you done 4 different color schemes now? I think it was either 3 or 4. Again, my brain is not working super great tonight, so I can't remember if it was 3 color schemes or 4 that you've done. What is, yeah, a little bit later with that. Sneaky snake over there. Top edge of this all around. 6 of them now. See again, the brain is. I think I was counting one of them for 3, because I know you made adjustments to one of them. So I think, yeah, that was probably worth a couple of them right there. And for whatever reason, I was thinking that was 1 color scheme. Again, if you want to post those in the chat again so that folks have a chance to see some of the fabulous Tyranid color schemes, that'd be great. That was, that wasn't the first one, was it? No, that was the second one, I think. Now, the other thing, AD, I think that's all supposed to kind of head out there. It was supposed to be not terribly organized. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be something not like what's going on, I guess, in the that sort of New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama area where it's just kind of, it stayed there for days and days and days. Yeah, I knew it wasn't the first. I knew it had to be either the second or third one or something. Blending brush. I mean, yeah, all I literally have to do is just chuck a little bit of paint on there and then move it around. Which is why we've only been working on this thing for 4 hours, 13 minutes. I should probably get the top of that a little later. Blending brush. See, I've got all that kind of bluish color to work with right there. Why not utilize that? So still working with, whoa, it's okay. That was super, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to drop this here. We take our blending brush and we just spread that around. See a nice little edge right there. We'll start creeping some more of these light down into here. We got little Mr. Sneaky Snake there. Or is it a dragon? I mean, it's got a wing on it, so maybe it's really more of a dragon, not so much of a snake. Yeah, I can't wait to try and get the masts on this. If I figure out a good way to do it, maybe I'll actually try to do a video on that. I think the first time around it'd just be a video of me using extremely colorful metaphors. So yeah, we won't be filming that. I have a feeling that would it would make the Black Speech of Mordor basically like Mr. Rogers. So yeah, that part not going to get filmed. Mm-mm. I suppose I should probably order some more of that twine just in case. Yeah, fine. I'll get a little more of the light on this. Oh yeah, let's do the lightest yellow. We didn't do that yet. We did it on the bow section here. So let's do that on this section over here. I think let's throw a little more of this in there. A little bit of our Indian yellow. Get that back more towards yellow. Now this has had a while to set, so it should be really easy. Oh yeah, look how easy it is to get that stuff on there. No problem there, AD. No problem. Boy, this phone has been acting very, very, very strange over the last few, especially today, doing all kinds of weird stuff. And AD, I think I sent you a picture of that neighborhood cat that I was telling you about, and it how like that comfy chair that the new neighbors have on that porch. Now it's its favorite spot. It just goes there and just lays down. It just ignores everything and everyone. I mean, it just walks around the neighborhood like it owns the place because it's cat. Well, yes, of course, because well, we do own the place. We also own you. Um, yeah. Did you clean that litter box yet? Really be a shame if something bad were to happen. So yeah, AD on the just the other day when that Lula comes out, patting Lula and everything, and Lula's just looking back and looking up at the chair, and just there's that cat in the chair. And since the cat, which is not really the biggest cat in the world, is still bigger than Lula, yeah, Lula just kind of was saying, "Hey, what's going on here? That's supposed to be my chair." We're still convinced that that actually is someone's cat, and they just let the cat roam around. There's a person who lives just, I don't know, what, 4 houses away from me. There's 2 cats, and they kind of wander around too. That cat is definitely an older cat now. It used to definitely do much more, be much more playful, that's for sure. Getting our lightest yellow down here. We'll have to come back at this with some of our Van Dyke Brown again to do some cleanups. That's the nifty thing about the oils, right? You can go back and forth like this. So we say, all right, here, let's get some of this darker around that makes it really easy to sharpen up an edge like that. See if we can also do a similar thing along these edges here. Remember that? Then we put our lighter orange in there a little bit thicker. Now that's taken care of. Or this here. So ED, the latest slow cooker thing, worked out fairly well. Used a little bit of different spices in there this time because as I was talking to Kathy's family, I was looking for things like vanilla extract and what is it, the nutmeg flavoring and all that, and I'm like, wow, there's some brand new containers in here. And then I looked down and I went, wait, what is this? It's a big old thing of this really snazzy uh, pepper. And I mean, it had all kinds of, it wasn't just pepper, it was way more than that. And I used mostly that in this latest slow cooker dish. That worked out pretty darn well. It's a coarsely ground pepper. There's a little bit of thyme in there, some parsley flakes too, I think. But what I like is it's very coarsely ground. I think there's even some lemon pepper in there. So yeah, you can taste that. There's good stuff there. Now let me get some rusty stuff over here on the rudder. Yep, also something here and there. Come on, a little more rusty stuff. There we go. Let's little something coming down from that. There. Oh yeah, this thing, same deal. I think we did. See, we did some of those over there. Make that a little lighter rust color. Let me go back to the bow and see if there's any more of the light rust color we need to do on this here. Not so sure about that, but the ropes. That's the main thing I'm looking to hit now on this here is some of the ropes. We will take this and this. Let's have at it here on our ropes. Well, that stuff that Valfera found, it's almost the same thickness as these ropes right here. I mean, it was pretty amazing to see how close they were in size. I think that rope is a little bit thicker than this, what we're seeing here, but it's only maybe 5% difference, perhaps. I'm just realizing the inside of these, I don't really need to do those that much. Also, too, I'm sitting there doing all the highlights in this. I just realized when the string comes up there, that's all. That's I'm not going to even be visible. I just realized that. Like I said, it's been a wee while since I did my orienteering merit badge. It's been a while. In fact, I'm gonna be having me some of that chicken after the stream here tonight. Yes, and it's making me real hungry just thinking about it now. Come on, there we go. Yeah, that's now I'm not quite sure. Oh, I know what these are for. So this is for tying off your foremast. The one back here is for tying off the mainmast, and then this is for tying off the jib. That's it. Because I'm like, I know these are they're sheets, but it makes no sense being by this mast here. That's the thing that's confusing me. And then I think, well, let's see. That's not an. There's no hole there. Actually, geez, I gotta somehow get an anchor rope on there. That's gonna be a challenge. So everybody please check out all the different NIDs. There's some work in progress images in there too. That's shared by AD Creations. Once you're done checking those out, be sure to do the follow thing for AD Creations. So AD, now that it's 3:45 in the morning there, hopefully again the things are kind of calming down there. Max was talking about like sustained winds of 35, 40 or something like that. Which again, that's like Tuesday here. Especially in October or November. Now, Elite, I don't know if you're still around there, but do a Google search for a video of Robbie Gold and November at Soldier Field. Well, actually, just there was a couple of kicks, but the kick was literally blown. It was starting out towards the goalposts. It ended up in the stands. Not the stands behind the goalposts, but in the stands by the sideline. And AD spent more than enough time here to go, yep, that's Chicago. Well, AD, I'm kind of glad that it didn't really have a chance to fully organize. Because, yeah, he'd been pointing at that thing for days and days. But he said, well, it's not going to be too much fun, but it's certainly not going to be what hit down south in the Gulf a couple of days ago. Actually, I knew that you weren't going to get any tornadoes when he never went live. And actually, AD, oh gosh, what was that? Was that back in July when that happened? The tornado outbreak? I think that was back in July here. It was, I heard the tornado alert on his channel before I heard the sirens here. I knew he wasn't the oldest person, but I'm like, oh my gosh, he's in college, and of course, meteorology is that's his topic of study. Yeah, there's Gordon, but that's literally just going to be a fisherman storm. It's supposed to go basically straight up into the Atlantic, so that's a fishnado right there. So yeah, that one at first they weren't quite sure, but he is pretty certain that that one's going to be heading out just into the Atlantic. Man, just thinking about Gordon's, that makes me think of fish sticks. Probably one of the worst things you could possibly eat, but we ate them when we were kids. Let me get some more of my lighter middle color on these. I think, yeah, let's get a little bit lighter on the midships. Little bolts over here. Let's do that. Not too much later, I guess. What about this up here a little bit? Yeah, touch more up there. Oh, we got some ropes over here. Let's hit these. Nat Landras, oh jeez, when I was a kid, that's what you didn't eat fish. There were no such thing as salmon fillets. When you ate fish, it was fish sticks. That was it. More of our lighter Steel color there. All right, and now let's get some of the rope up here. Oh yeah, we do have to get just some regular wood color on this because no, I think we did do metal on that. Check that. We're gonna go metal on that. It's weird because it's not a cannon, but we're just gonna go here with some of our metal color. That'd just be easier. Actually, recoil, I could totally see that. Well, we call them, there's chicken fingers. Yeah, why would we not call them fish fingers? Well, I mean, not like either one of those have fingers. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that there aren't too many fish with fingers, and I'm also sure there aren't too many chickens with fingers. The whole opposable thumbs thing, and the chickens will inherit the earth, as they somehow managed to also have an opposable thumb. But yeah, that is kind of weird, right? Recoil. That we would literally say chicken fingers. And yeah, last I checked, I'm pretty sure, unless evolution has taken a sudden and dramatic turn over the last couple of hours, pretty sure they do not have fingers. Not that somebody wouldn't maybe try to experiment in some way, shape, or form. I'm gonna see if yeah, get me a little bit more of this light up here. Now, yeah, AD. Now, of course, there are somewhat nicer versions. That's more like an actual sort of fillet. It's more like a breaded fillet. Those can be of a little bit a nicer quality. Let's put it that way. Of course, now I'm also thinking about some breaded shrimps now too. Now those can be really super yummy. Boy, I haven't had those in forever. But that's kind of more of a winter, unless air fryer. That's right. Landrast, unless they're wandering chickens, Landrast. You know, like the old style hobo chickens or something like that, where they walk around and they've got that bag right with all their possessions and everything that they sling over their shoulder. Yeah, so you gotta watch out for the hobo chickens because they have sticks. Nah, nah, nah. Let's go back to the dark on the edge of that here. Yeah, that's well, there you go. Now that would be a weird AI thing. Ooh, let me see here. I wonder. I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if maybe I have actually a picture of the Galadriel sculpt. I'm not sure. Let me just see something here. It's being persnickety. 1 second. Oh well, here we go. So there's that's the Galadriel gummy bear sculpt right there that Boomnitz did. So yeah, that's the Galadriel sculpt there. Yes, that's it, AD. Those were the ones. The beer batter one. Yes, that's it. That's the ones that we had, and well, they're not the cheapest things ever. That's for sure. But yes, it was the beer battered ones. So yeah, recoil. It is becoming a reality. Now, Rico, it wasn't that many weeks ago, right, that you just went into AI just for funsies, and the next thing you know, we had those. But well, like I said, that's obviously a bunch of October streams. We'll be doing that. Let me take a look see here at this railing. No, we didn't do that later. Okay, but the boards are. All right. All right. Let's get some of these boards then. Fine. So AD, I'll be curing that after the stream, but I think it worked out pretty darn well. And oh, well, I have to send her your picture of Gumley there, Recoil, again with your that superior search parameter or the rendering parameter there. Yeah, that turned out really well. So I have to send Boomnets that picture. But yeah, definitely thinking about the Chow right now. Actually, Rico, it's not that far away from Din Din's there. Also, it can't be that far from now. I mean, it's 3 o'clock here, so I think that means it's about 4-ish there in the afternoon. Doing a little bit. Okay, that's the darker rust right there. Let me get some of our Van Dyke brown. There we go. There is some separation we need. Now I'm going to come back to my lighter stuff. Is this what we're using, I think? Oh, that's right. Well, we had some paint done there. We might have taken a little bit of that away. That's alright. Yeah, AD, I was thinking that it's been a long, long day there. But AD, again, I'm glad that didn't get too crazy. Didn't get too crazy. And, well, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, see how things are going. Actually, Recoil, that's, let me see, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. Yeah, so Wednesday, today, on Mondays, that place is always closed. Boy, I haven't, it's been at least, wow, it's been quite some time. Mongolian beef, that's, ooh, that would be good. Or a Mushu pork. Those are sounding very good right now. This is a cuisine channel after all. This is a cuisine channel. I know, Rico, the one thing that I still have not done yet. Remember, we were supposed to do this all during the summer. What's the one thing that we were supposed to do this summer with the air fryer, which had nothing to do with frying? I guess it had something to do with air, but not so much frying. Yes, I completely did not do any fruit dehydration to make those apple chips or banana chips or anything. That was supposed to be our post-stream snack, right? Now, of course, I still need to research that because I haven't done that, so I have no idea what that's really all about. I'm sure you do it once or twice, and you're like, oh yeah, this is easy. Probably just a matter of also kind of getting to know the air fryer itself and what it can really do, because there are times when cooking times or whatever vary just a wee bit from the instructions. Now, which blending brush? I'm going to use this blending brush here. I'll push that around in there. See, look at all kinds of neat different colors. Oh yeah, this again is our that's our magnifier light right there. Right, look at that versus that. Now, yeah, Bithron, it'll actually be a little bit easier because, well, right now the air fryer and the air conditioner are on the same circuit. There's no choice. There is no choice about that. And needless to say, that competition creates a little bit of an issue. So yeah, recoil. That is something I'll have to do now. We'll have to make mango chips. There you go. If we make mango chips, then we can have that much more Indian yellow to work with. Here, let's do something like this. Let me look at the last week's ship here. How light did we go on the... we went fairly light. Okay. Nah, not that light. Just a little taking the edge off of that just a teensy bit there. That day, some of these boards up here, I want to get some of these up here. Let me do something maybe with the... Yeah, fine. Let's just use our lighter green here. What the heck? Can just barely sneak that brush in there. Yeah, that helped. So I hope that works out. Recoil for sure. Yeah, recoil. It's again, it would be a healthier way to get our Indian yellow. I mean, all kidding aside, they literally have had little things of mangoes, chopped up mangoes, and I was more than a little tempted. Of course, it'd be more like mango watercolors or something like that, but or Indian yellow watercolor style. But there you go. Now, what I haven't actually done at all here. Now, of course, okay, good. We still have a little bit of regular asphaltum here. We're gonna mix that with our white. So there's something that's kind of on the reddish side, but not rust color, not orange color. Nah. See, I don't want to do too much of that down there. What we got going on over here? A whole bunch of nothing. There we are. Okay. Now, what about this way? I might, well, okay, that might have been a little later, but I want to keep that asphaltum tone to it. Here we go. All right. Now, I'm not going to mess with the vertical surface on that. Let's do this. We actually do have a fair amount. That's nice. I wasn't quite sure if I was really getting enough of my lighter stuff around the edges of those. Yeah, I don't want to do too much more. I don't think so. We got that rope over there pretty well set. You know what? These I might actually darken those down. I might even use this brush here. I know it's been our blending brush, but I'm actually going to go a little darker on the edge of this right here. Especially up there. Did we get our lighter stuff on these? Sort of. Nah, let me try some more with. You know what? Let me use this lighter asphaltum stuff that we've been making here. That board, and of course this magnifier light here. That's why there's no face cam, because my face is literally pressed up against it. If you can almost see right there, there's a nose print. That's how close my face is to the magnifier. So all you would see is a magnifier light, and nothing else. No face. Everywhere else, that's where all the miniatures that you see on the stream here, that people wonder, like, how can you always just grab miniature after miniature? Well, that's why. Because I am surrounded literally on all four sides by miniatures. How much? Let me try some of this. A little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep here. Come on, a little more of that. Oh, just a tiniest amount in a couple places here. Let me hit this. Nah, not those, but the anchor here. That was the other thing I was wanting to do. With some maybe this lighter rust here. See what we can do with this. And it has a teensy little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. Get this, maybe a little touch of it on here. Some of it over here. Fine, we'll do. We'll hit that one with a little lighter thing of rust right there. So hanger head, all of the brushes that I use here are all synthetics. In fact, well, I mean, this is the craft brush, right? The 27-cent craft brush. And then the other brushes that we tend to use are these two right here. So the filbert and the liner brush, these velvet touches, these are both synthetic. Get these from Dick Blick. These should both be in the neighborhood of $5, 30-ish cents on the high side. But yeah, these are the ones that comes at just a pack of 12 of these for $6. And I get all of these, everything's a synthetic. Now the filberts, they do after they start getting kind of beat up, just a wee bit. But you can also use those craft brushes there. You can sort of use them a bit like a filbert brush, especially when they've kind of been broken in just a little bit. Then you can kind of use them like that. Get back to the stern section here for some of this same lightest rust here. Now, so hanger head, yeah, these are the Velvet Touch by Princeton. And where's my? So this one's already seen some use, and well, it kind of depends. Obviously, we're doing so much stuff here and using them so often, they tend to get beat up really quickly. But that is another reason why I like to use those craft brushes, to try and at least take some of the strain off of them. And of course, I kind of have what would you say, various stages of use on the filbert brushes, right? I try to kind of use the most beat up ones for the roughest work. And then kind of maybe again, what would you say? Save the newer ones for maybe finer work so that they get a little bit longer lasting usage out of them, at least as far as when they're kind of in that more pristine state and less destroyed. More of that lighter rust out here. Even these guys, it's the same deal with the liner brushes. When you see me do, like here, we're doing more of the finer work, right? So this is one of the, as we like to call it, a frontline brush. But some of the ones that are, they're getting a little bit beat up. Those are the ones that I use for doing the pin line washes and that sort of thing, because I still have some of the control, say, of a liner brush, but not something I would want to maybe be painting freehand or eyes with. So hang your head. I hope that you're doing very well. And of course, happy Tuesday. Now it's 3:11 here on our happy Tuesday. So we hope everybody's doing really well. I'm glad that you're doing well there. Hang your head. No, 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 no. Actually, let me just get squeegee some of the paint out of here. And we can use this again as a blending brush. So I just realized, yes, we want to get back up in here. Reestablish a few of our darker edges, maybe with less of the asphaltum on there. Okay, so that's right. You guys are only 6 hours ahead, but I'm so used to Doji and everybody else from Switzerland and Germany being 7 hours ahead. And of course, I do believe that Melbourne is 13 hours ahead of us. And I was actually asked by one of the neighbors I was talking to today. I said, why don't you just move there? When they, because they're always frustrated, they're trying to ask me something, whatever. I say, look, I'm not going to bed until 7 in the morning. If you were trying to get me to do something at 10 or 11 or something like that, you will have less success than you might think. What we got going on here? Yeah. Now, let me check what we did on the stern here with these railings. What do we... Okay. So, well, we didn't do as much as I thought on those. That's, well, again, with so many packages and other things that show up here during the day and everything else, there's a little too much madness to try and stream or film. So, same thing on tomorrow and Wednesday. So instead of streaming at this time, I will be filming at this time tomorrow and Wednesday. Because as difficult as it is to say, during a stream, like, well, okay, someone's at the door. That's a major no bueno when you're trying to film. That doesn't work out at all. Especially when everything you do is one take. There's no, yeah, we'll just redo that. Nope. Doesn't work that way. If something goes haywire, that's a gone goose. Nope, I don't want to do that green. I want to use the asphaltum stuff because if I do the green there, it's going to be like, oh, geez, my wood also has verdigris. Now, I could have vertigo and be very sensitive to heights. I don't know. Blending brush. Yeah, I was like, well, we were just using that for painting something. I'm going to make sure we don't have any paint sitting in there. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get a little something something here. Now this I do not mind having that little bit of a greenish tint to it because, well, it's right next to the water. Like that. Maybe a bit on this one too. And okay, there we go. So blending brush to take some of the edge off of there. Yep. Oh, let's do this thing too a little bit. Right there. The end with the bristles tends to work a little bit better. That's just a little fun fact, throwing that information out there. Let me go back to the Van Dyke brown mix with this. See what that's gonna get. Should be a nice little grayish tone there. That's going to be significantly lighter. Let me try this on a couple of these boarded. Well, not there, because that's a little too fresh. Oh, look, it's like we got an eraser. Bingo. Uh-huh. There we go. So again, now it looks like we got some boards back there. What about a lighter? Okay, that's again too much thinner in there. So we'll basically erase that. Oh, and this is another just a cheap old craft brush. That's all that is. I think we've got a batch of them easily enough to reach right here. Yes, we do. So again, it's a batch of 12. Right there, and yep, $6. 12 of them. And of course, once they start getting a little more beat up like that, that is when we do the little haircut job on them, and it's a spatter brush and a stipple brush. Yes, we get lots and lots and lots of use out of our brushes. Touch more of our light on the edge of that. Also there. Also there. Top edge, and then we gotta do something right along this here. Just basically using the ice blue top edge of that. There. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Couple of these boards, maybe some. That's again the Mars Yellow Deep. A little touch of the ice blue to keep it from getting too yellow, too warm. I don't think we need to mess with that anymore. Yeah, we won't mess with that. Yeah. Little something lighter over there. I want to do too much stuff over here, right? Because it's where we've got the two things that are going to join together. Now on this, let me take that Van Dyke brown again, and these little stars here, I'm just going to try and do a few little more cutouts there if I can. There we are. Oh yeah, that also got way too thick there. Make a little change to that. Also this. Let me take that same dark here. Once again, just try and make those a little bit more star-like. Okay, I did have some more of my lighter yellow there. That got a little bit contaminated with some stuff there. So Rico, I was just on the other one. I just used oh gosh, what is it called? Beast Bond. It's basically a super glue by Creature Caster. Uh, on this one, I'll probably use the hot glue because there is a little bit of a lip on this here, and I don't really feel like sanding or filing that down. So I think I'll probably be using hot glue on this one to put them together. The other one seems to be holding up well enough. I've been handling it a whole bunch. That Beast Bond stuff, I've been really surprised by that. I think they're sending me some more so that I can maybe actually start using it in some videos. Now, of course, as Landress pointed out, this is conveniently filament sized right here, so you could use filament to pin the two halves together. It's actually the only one that I've seen. Well, there's been a few other ones I've seen with small little holes like that. Now, again, I really do like the Conquest Creations. Well, it's not his, but he uses it's kind of a generic system that I guess a lot of sculptors use to to have clips and stuff for your terrain, and that really does work very, very well. I was not so sure about that at first, and then I used them, and I went, "Oh yeah, these are pretty good." I think this is the one other thing that's missing right in here. Is the dork. There we are. Yep, was just missing there a little bit. No, let's leave that darker up there. Let's leave that darker now. This thing over here needs definitely something more. That's my yellow ochreish type coat. It's the Mars Yellow Deep, because we haven't done a whole bunch with this door right here. Okay, that's a little something there. That's got too much thinner. Because I like the hot glue, because since it has some thickness to it, it tends to kind of fill in whatever gaps there are. The one disadvantage of it is that, and it is ironic because the super glue doesn't necessarily set immediately. You have a little time to, shall we say, fudge things. But yeah, that's not quite so much the case with the hot glue. It's kind of like, well, okay, let's try that one again. You have to pull it apart, peel off the hot glue, and then try it a second time or a third. which gets to be a little bit tedious. Did I do the other? Nope, I did not do the other side here. So that's ironic. That's weird, Landress, that this being from Printable Scenery does not have that locking system on it. But it works really well. I don't think I'll go any later than that. Nope, no later than that. Oh, actually, Landress, what was the? Oh yeah, now you don't have any more of those the dungeon tile stuff to print out, do you? Because I know that was kind of the latest thing you were printing out. I just realized I was gonna say I don't think you have either too many more of those or any more of those to print, right? I'm trying to think. Oh, oh, that's right, all the Doggle door stuff. Well, again, we have lots and lots and lots of things to print out here. Some of the okay, there we are. Let's do some of that on our bow section here. Now, I'm glad that you were able to kind of get that all set up. And hopefully, I think it was up north, right? Hopefully the trip up north, I think that was for, no, that's for this weekend coming up, right? We get a little more of the light on the edge of these things here. Not too much. Maybe we should get some of that over here. Think we are, no, here, let's get some of this down on those edges. Now, okay, I was thinking like, well, nope, it's not, it wasn't last weekend because we were just talking about it last weekend. That means you'll just have to kill off the player characters in a different session. First, terrorize them a little bit like a dog playing with a chew toy or something like that. Let me see. Oh yeah, I should get a little light on that too. Nope, that should all just kind of be darker there. We won't mess with that too much. Actually, see this element right here? There's a whole bunch of these that you use to attach the spars to the mast, and there's a bunch of different sizes. I mean, the good thing is that, should need arise, I could print out more of those, or I could maybe, if I have to upsize them just a tiny bit or something. Anything else there with the lighter rust? No, I'm going to try and get a few little lighter elements on the edge of this thing. I guess we'll just have to use our indigo or our ice blue, little something there on the edges of those. Maybe a teensy bit of light on some parts of the anchor where maybe the barnacles and rust or whatever might be wiped away or scraped away. I don't think, yeah, we won't do anything later on the portals there. What about on the ups? Maybe we will try a little bit on this right here. Also on this thing. Blending brush. Actually, no, we gotta squeegee some of the paint out of this blending brush here first. Let's do that. There we go. Now we can use it like that. Touch more of the. Ooh, okay. Definitely back to the blending brush here. Bit more of our light there. I'm even using this teensy little liner brush to do a little bit of dry brushy things there. Little touch of our lighters around the edge of the railing here. You know, hit this once. Whoops, okay, that was a little more than I wanted. No problem. Blending brush. Like an eraser, takes it away. You know what? I'm going to try and get a little. Yeah, there we go. Right on the edge of that. Hit that same port on the port side and then blending brush here. So again, we just get that big old blob right there, which we're going to push around here. Makes it all nice and easy. A little less thinner here. And we're going to try and get this edge of the right there. Also here. And then a little something more on these ropes here. Yeah, so yet another tie off for the jib here. Oops, let's get rid of some of that. Okay. Yep. Maybe we'll catch a little more light on the edge of the shields here. Let's do that on the starboard side. Got the shields. So yeah, on the shields that I printed out on the resin printer, there's actually a little there's some texture on this. There's basically some rivets or whatever in the kind of the corners of the shields. Clearly these were just oriented with that flat down there because the shields there have the exact same look as this. This is a weird build plate that he was using with all these little triangles and everything. Never seen anything quite like that. I'm still just using the original flat, cool build plate that came with the stupid thing. I have other build plates, have not used them yet. I think the machine does come with a second cool build plate. Hopefully it does, because the one that I've got is, well, it's a bit beat up. Touch more of the light on the edge there. Nah. I use the blending brush and kind of spread that out a little bit. Yeah, that was a little too concentrated of a light edge in just that one little area. Let's do that same thing over on that side. This one here too. I think we already. No, I thought we'd done on all these. What is we're getting on? Well, it's oh geez, we're well past 5 hours here, and we're starting to get closer and closer to 4 a.m. I think we'll head over to Isidore here, but I do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. I want to say thanks for all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, the raids, and also again, thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate that. That is super, super helpful. Yes, indeed. More files from Nirix in there, so that we can print up some very, very unique things for some tutorials and stuff. So thank you so much, Rico, and Mom, see you later, and of course Squeak as well. And of course, our Thursday stream, it could be, actually, it could be it could be some dwarves, it could be some creature caster stuff. It kind of depends, but that is possible. There's some more of our light right there. So see you later there, Rico. Thank you so much, and see you later there, Landris. And of course, everybody, uh, please thank Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. Now there you go. So there's our two sections there. Corsair ship number 2. There it is. Yes, indeed. So I'm going to get this raid countdown underway here, because it takes a few seconds for that to get going. So yeah, this was really, really fun. And again, we'll glue the two halves together like we did with our one from last week here. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Thursday.